no.
Dun dun dun!
That's terrible.
That's it. Today is canceled. We're done.
No, we will not.
Never give up, never surrender. Yay, pretending is fun.
It's a lot easier than you think it is once we start going.
Yeah.
Yeah, focus on something else.
So why can't
It's
we
okay, you
see what I was saying? Why can't we see you? Aw. So we don't get to see you? Oh, sad.
I thought we fixed that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Are they
And
going
to
to start, though?
Yay! Ooh.
And hit the button, everything's just gonna blow up.
Okay, hello everybody. We are starting our first stream. I see we have a few people in chat now, a few viewers. How's everyone doing? Are we coming through?
Stop being an asshole, Christian.
All right. Looks like we're doing just fine. We are going to, as this is the first stream, we're probably going to take this a little slow. There might be some hiccups, but we'll work on that. Everything is a work in progress when you first start out. So, I suppose let's get into it. We are the People's Ascension. We are... Steven, pay attention. Professionalism, man. Actually, I think his camera's frozen. Great.
I think so.
No. Can come back.
Our
He'll
first
get around to it.
first live stream follower, Alex Unicorn. Hello. Okay. So, we are the People's Ascension. We are a D&D 5e campaign stream. This game has actually been going on for quite a while. We did play for about 2 years, really. And we are picking up right now after their first leg of their adventuring career has been completed. So we're going to start off with a recap. We'll see how much we all remember because we did take a bit of a hiatus. We're going to start off with a recap and then do some downtime. And then we'll get back into the actual story. I think it will be interesting starting a campaign kind of in media res. We'll see how much flashback we actually get into, though I do plan on posting over an extended time recaps of the first unaired season. But to start off, I suppose we need to introduce everybody. How can I pull this up? Okay, so, well, my name is Jack, otherwise known as Like Near Levels on various places that I am starting to build a social media presence on. So if you see me out in the wild, that's who I am. We have our players here, who I will begin to introduce, and then we will get into the game. So, first off, let's set some context. We will be beginning in the town of Dupont, which was basically the starter town for everybody, and has become a sort of base of operations. There is the Guildhall, the People's Ascension, which has been founded in recent years by a sort of mysterious benefactor whose goal is sort of to get back to the golden age of the empire that we live in. Very much a sort of tail end of the Roman Republic sort of situation. There's a lot of complacency, there's a lot of building corruption sort of in the background, and the known world has largely been tamed. I don't think many Genovians would say conquered, but that's valid too. But hopefully, we will be providing context to all these places as we go. I'm not going to load down this first stream with a whole bunch of info dumping. So let's get straight into things. So we pick up in the town of Dupont, back in the Guildhall. It's been a few weeks since the events we picked up, or the events where we ended previously. You guys have had some time to process the formation of a new race, the Belchamad, also known as hobgoblins in my world, which previously did not exist before a rather complex, morally gray ritual was more or less allowed to take place. There was definitely a decision. There was no right or wrong answer, no black or white, good or evil. Stopping that ritual would have saved a number of lives, but it also would have cost a number of lives. It would have cost the creation of a species. It would have cost basically genocide. Genocide on the scale of only a few thousand or so, but still a very morally gray at best area. So the ritual was allowed to be completed, sort of against some express orders of various superiors that some of the characters had. But nonetheless, that has been completed. You have gained some allies in the Belchamad, the hobgoblins. You also may have inadvertently made some enemies. We will see how that unfolds. But as for now, you are back in the Guildhall, back at home, back with a familiar roof over your head, comfortable beds, people you are familiar with, in a situation that you feel safe. You can finally relax, more or less. There is still the gnawing grief of losing a party member. The late Linnea Delacroix is no longer with you. It's been about a week or so since that funeral. Buried not far from where you guys are in the Dupont Cemetery, on the other side of this rather small town. It hasn't really been the same without her around. She definitely provided a unique insight and a unique friendship to the rest of the group. And while you guys are sort of decompressing and taking some time off, I'm sure are wondering wondering what it's going to be like continuing without one of the people you've been traveling with for the better part of a year. So with that established, let's get back to our characters. Let's introduce our characters to everybody and reintroduce everybody to the players. So let's start off with well, do I have any volunteers who would like to say hello first? All right, cool. Well, it looks like we are having some technical difficulties on one of our players here.
That actually fix it?
Yes, that did actually fix
We
it.
can hear you.
Hello, welcome back.
Didn't realize you couldn't hear me either.
Let's see, I might have to play with your volume. Okay, so let's officially get back into this. Let's just sort of go around the table here. So let's start with Aquila. Yep. Hello, Taylor. You are first. Let's start with Aquila. So Aquila is she is a Goliath blood hunter,
Yes.
Order of the Lycan.
Yes.
She's been with the group for quite a while now.
Yeah. Yeah. Um.
Take it away. Describe Aquila for us.
She is like all Goliaths. She's very tall. She's over 7.5 feet tall. She is. Her skin is a light grayish color, and it's covered in these sort of dark purple tattoos. And she tends to wear armor that doesn't cover her arms because she uses that to sort of fuel her abilities. So they're covered in scars. I don't know. She's not the most personable person, and she's kind of in trouble.
Yes. In my setting, the blood hunters are affiliated with the church. They are sort of an inquisitor force, sort of a secret agent sort of force. We'll get more into that later, but it was pretty much she was pretty much expressly ordered not to allow this creation of a new species ritual, something that is very much outlawed in the Empire, using magic to create new life, especially new species. And not only that, but to allow the formation of a new people, a new nation, a new religion that is not governed by the Empire. She was very much tasked to prevent that, and didn't. So we're going to get into that a little bit later. Yes, Aquila, very large, large in stature, large in presence. And I believe you just got some new armor, correct?
Yeah, I've got a breastplate now. I don't have the scale mail anymore.
Right. And that did that have some fancy designs to it?
Yeah, it did. It had sort of an etching of flower on the breastplate. It's just a more, it's, not really a specific flower, just sort of circular, and it's sort of right around here-ish.
Okay.
So it's, just nice decorative touch.
Yeah. Other than that, pretty much plain attire when you're not armored. Fairly light
Yeah.
stuff because you're used to a much warmer climate.
Yep. Yeah. Don't tend to wear loads of clothes except when I have to.
Okay. Well, before I forget, let me start by mentioning our heroes are currently level 8. They actually just got their 8th level at the tail end of, as I said, the last season, the unaired season. Uh, so we are starting with heroes that know what they're doing and have made a presence. Kind of. They might disagree
Theoretically.
with that.
Knowing what we're doing is
In a few places.
Sure.
That's, theoretically we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Theoretically,
You should.
Depends on the
everyone
dice
else
rolls,
seems to
really.
think so.
somehow.
Okay. Well, we will get into exactly what Aquila has in store for her later, but immediately, where would we find Aquila? Where does the camera zoom in?
Probably down in the training ring, most likely.
Okay. Outside in the
Yeah.
the large sand pit, large
Yeah.
stone-ringed sand pit. There's a number of practice dummies and archery targets and whatnot.
Mhm.
There are a few other people you can be training with at the moment, or
Yeah.
you could simply be practicing your forms.
Doing some of that, but also probably working with Eula a bit.
Okay, yes. Eula is one of a number of children, young adults, I should say,
Yeah,
certainly
she's like
of,
17.
certainly of adventuring age, uh, on the young side, but certainly adventuring age. Um, Eula is a light purple, almost lavender tiefling, and we will. I'm sure we will meet her later and learn more about her later. But she's quite a hothead. She also has a very big presence for somebody who is not as big as Aquila, and Aquila has more or less taken on a sort of the role of a mentor every now and then. It's hard to be a true mentor, a true trainer when you're out doing your own adventuring, but when when they're together, when they are back at the guild, Aquila does look after and try to tame that hothead of hers a little bit, or at least direct it in the correct way. Yeah,
Yeah, it's more direction and a bit of control. As she can.
right. So we will leave them practice sparring in the sandpit outside of this guild hall, and move onto Ander. Stephen
Oh,
here,
okay.
Ander. Ander is our resident warlock. Very interesting character. A far one patron, as I call them, um, which is what are they actually referred to in the player's book? I believe they are the Great Old Ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super Lovecraftian.
Yes. In this setting, they are referred to as the Far Ones, and it is believed that each speck in the night sky, each as we know them to be stars in the night sky, is a Far One. Not necessarily a evil, domineering presence bearing down on the world, but they are constantly there. They are a source of wonder, a source of some fear, but for the most part, the gods of the realm, who we will not so much meet but describe later, keep them at bay. The population of Eos, as the world is called, doesn't necessarily fear an imminent attack from the far ones. They are kept away from the mortal sphere that the gods have created. But they are a very mysterious presence, and as such, agents of the far ones are quite feared and very much illegal. There is an institution known as the Arcane Census in this world who keeps track of all magic users, who is in charge of the training and administering the bureaucracy involved with mainly wizards, as those are basically the only fully legal class of magic users. And bards and clerics, they have their own colleges and are tied in. Paladins and all of these other sort of half-casters or whatever you may ascribe them to be. But warlocks are very clearly outlawed as deriving their abilities from creatures that not only are not the gods, but are creatures that have been denied access to this realm by the gods, and therefore are...
Gods are jealous.
Hmm?
Gods are jealous.
Perhaps. Mortals can only speculate about the scheming, the minds, the intentions, the fears, the desires of the gods. Interesting also to note that druidism is also outlawed. That is a whole other thing. We do not currently have a druid in the party, so that will likely come up organically as the story continues. But there was a druidic war in the past, and an interpretation of a sort of underlying aspect of the Genavian faith, the Genavian Empire being the reigning government of the known world at this point, and an interpretation that set Druidism ideologically opposed to the rest of the Empire, or at least it was perceived that way by the Empire. Interesting to also note, and we will see that soon when we get to Sevgi, that sorcery is very heavily controlled, very heavily restricted, and very much illegal outside of the purview of the Arcane Census, as their magic is emotional, it is raw, and it is hard to control, and many sorcerers or sorceresses tend to only discover that they have magical ability after it builds up in some emotional outburst that they have, usually in a fairly catastrophic way, and because of that, they are also feared, considered highly dangerous, and therefore when they're discovered to have this difficult to control, this intense magical potential, they are taken away from their families. They are trained in isolation very heavily for years and years and years until they get to a state where they can master their emotional presence. Very, very Vulcan for my Star Trek fans out there. With a little bit of leeway of how much emotion you are actually allowed to show. But sorcerers have to be constantly aware of their emotional equilibrium, or they could risk catastrophic failure of of a magical outburst. But I have detracted. We are looking at Ander right now, our resident warlock, whose patron is known to him as Zadok, who has been described as Anders' sort of mind's eye has been pulled out from him anytime he interacts with this being as a large, oily, inky sphere, in a void of darkness. Perhaps even the night sky, you could say, as other tiny little specks of light are just barely visible in the distance when he perceives this entity, a large, oily, undulating, inky ball of darkness that occasionally has sort of solar flares of inky tendrils that spout about. And that does become evident in some of the magics that he uses, which I'm excited to depict for us later. But Ander, how do we find Ander? What is Ander like?
Yeah, Ander is fairly tall, a couple inches over 6 feet, relatively thin. Always looks somewhat tired and haggard, circles under his eyes. Generally someone who doesn't look like they get a good night's sleep very often. Um, dresses in a lot of muted greens and browns, and generally wears a long coat and large hood to hide his identity if need be, since, as we discussed, he's not exactly a welcome profession most places. Should be noted he is a half-elf. He is for some reason, face of the party just because of his charisma score, though typically reluctant to make decisions for everyone. He just ends up doing it. And currently would pretty much always be accompanied by his familiar, Redna, who is a small, inky, black substance with a brain floating in the center that can take pretty much whatever form it wants to, generally with a lot of eyes and other Lovecraftian horror themes.
Tiny forms, tiny little animal, eldritch
Yes.
animal type
Yes.
forms. Yes, Redna is a very interesting little being, very new to this world, very innocent, seemingly extremely intelligent, but also extremely naive, extremely inexperienced, which comes up in rather adorable and unexpected ways. This is a creature that was bestowed upon Ander by his patron Zadok, one that was actually in a fit of strange eldritch sickness, you might say.
I puked him up.
Yes. Redna was very much born from Ander in a unusual way. Some of the inky residue that sort of permeates Ander as he uses some of his abilities concentrated and was expelled as this creature. So I'm very interested to at some point later show off some of Ander's interesting abilities. But before we get to that, what is Ander doing as we find him in or around the Guildhall?
At the start of this, I would imagine he's in his room at a desk with probably a number of papers or books spread out around it, furiously scrolling down and writing different things. A number of the papers probably have strange diagrams or seemingly circuit board designs on them. Trying to record down all the things that we encountered in the last bit of our previous adventure.
Yes, within the last year or so, Ander has discovered quite a number of bizarre little nuances to the world that has largely gone unnoticed to the rest of the population. to have it mentioned Zadok's main purpose, the pact that Ander has sort of unwittingly signed up for, is the pursuit of knowledge. And this isn't so much necessarily academic knowledge, collegiate knowledge. This is knowledge of the world. This is trying to understand the world that, as the doc would say, the gods, in very much sarcastic mental air quotes, created, the world that has been pulled over the eyes of the people of Eos. And very slowly, through Zadok's help and through some poking and prodding of other rather powerful, potentially extraplanar beings, has begun to just barely begin to lift that piece of wool. And we will get into a number of those things as I do the recap for the previous season. But there was, let's see, he was given a vision of the world of Eos as his mind's eye was pulled not only from his body, but pulled back out of, away from the world. He could see the orbiting nebulae of the gods, as they are depicted in my setting. And pulled back even further, pulled back in space and time, so that he could see that the gods, those nebulae that are constantly revolving through the night sky, were not always there. The world, eons ago, looking very different. The shifting of continents, the lack of the deified nebulae. And we'll get more into that later. We've also found some interesting magic items that had very, very minuscule, even sometimes to the point of microscopic, sort of circuit board-like patterns on them, only perceivable because, again, Zadok was able to tap into Ander's perception and draw his vision, how he perceived that object, down through the very form of that object. More on that later as well. And finally, the God Wall that Moria Dessa, the now saint of the Belchamad, which unfortunately we will also have to get into later, erected a dome that seemingly shielded the inhabitants of that dome, her creation, the hobgoblins and the rituals that she were performing, from the gods themselves, or at very least from the higher level priests and clerics and magic users, mortals of the realm who could tap into the power of the gods and use that to perceive. And for years had gone unnoticed. Something that has never been recorded before. Whether it happened or not is a different story, but recorded by the Genavians, never before. This is a magic, as Zadok would say, that is unknown, or at least hidden from the world. So we have Ander at his desk, feverishly scrawling from memory some of these patterns, writing down rampant speculation about how some of these things came to be, trying to piece a lot of these strange, esoteric, and very technically minded, as opposed to arcanely minded, concepts. A lot of it very foreign to how most people of the Empire, of the world, view things. So we'll leave him there for a moment. Let's go over to Tali now. We're gonna take this in a clockwise manner, it seems.
Okay,
Tali
my turn.
is our resident cleric to a deity in this setting known as Archilage. More specifically, a cleric of Saint Lewena, the patron saint of the elves, who, before being absorbed into the Empire, was actually the chief, the main elven deity, who was sort of absorbed into the pantheon of the Empire as a saint of Archilage, a deity that represents the balance between nature and civilization. Not necessarily wholly a nature deity, but very focused on that balance, that border, and conservationism, finding an equilibrium as a society, as a people, with nature around them, because civilization cannot thrive without the bounty that nature provides. She is an elf, a wood elf, and a cleric of this patron. So Tali, take it away. Who is Tali?
Okay, well, specifically, she is a Tempest cleric, so she's got a lot of, stormy spells, which are fun. But she is very young for an elf because she was an orphan and was raised in a human orphanage. So they kind of kicked her out when she was of age for humans. But
A lot sooner than an elf would
she's
have.
technically- yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
Tali
she actually just turned
is
21.
yes, extremely young for a full-blooded elf.
Yeah, yeah, which is why she's usually um I don't want to say she's naive or anything like that. She's usually in a pretty chipper mood, though, most of the time. She doesn't really let things get to her as much as they would get to other people. Um, but she is just, average height, 5'5". She's got like the brown skin, and she actually just has yellow eyes. And she is wearing, where'd I put her armor? The She just got some new armor recently. It's Darkwood armor that was taken from in Ursicopia and made to fit her.
Yes, that was certainly an interesting encounter. A fey creature known as the Ursicopia, a a huge hulking bear creature that had very thick dark wood plating, armor, you would say, on sort of strategically located on vital parts of its body, and a whole cornucopia of plants growing along the back and shoulders of this creature, and that is definitely an episode we will be covering in portions of the recap of the unaired season. But quite an interesting creature, and it was harvested for a number of its components, a number of those plants and other materials that grew off of it, from the fruits and vegetables that were harvested from its back. They gained the benefits of a hero's feast as they feasted on not only the fruits and vegetables of this creature, but also on, of course, the flesh of this creature. I believe some bones were also taken. The bones themselves also being made of the dark wood that plated its arms and legs and back, and pieces of the skull and whatnot. And from that plating, from those bones, a suit of armor was created. Is it full plate, half plate?
I just wrote Darkwood. Hang on, let me see if there's a description here. Nope, no description.
Well, it has its own mechanical statistics. That's more of
Yeah,
a stylistic question for Tali. Whether
yeah.
it's
I
full
just
plate, half plate, a simple breastplate, splint.
Yeah. Oh, so I get to pick.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with half plate.
Okay. Yeah.
Why not? She also has that shard of Suella in her forehead, which is I think purple, little gem thing.
Yes, a sort of light purple, translucent, uh, sort of elongated D8 octahedral shaped gem that seemingly is embedded in her forehead. Basically, my version of an Ioun stone. But Ioun is not a deity in my realm. Suella is. And instead of it rotating around the head, because I feel like that would get really annoying after a while, it instead implants into the forehead. And that, I believe, grants you an extra spell slot of up to a certain level.
No, that was the Pearl of Power.
That's
But
the Pearl of Power, yes. This one
yeah, the shard of
increases your
Suella I
wisdom.
think is yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's +1 or +2 wisdom.
yeah.
And she also has her cloak, which is what is it, reversible. One side is fur, one side is the camo. That is Arcalige's thing.
Yes, a sort of a capelet or half cape, I believe. That has a very basic camouflage pattern on one side. And you also have your imposing warhammer, whose
Yep.
face is the symbol of Arcalige, one of the symbols of Arcalige.
Yeah,
Which
it's
is
the. Did we go with the sapling that's knocked in the bow, or was it the cross thingies?
I believe you went with the sapling knocked in the bow.
Okay,
Because
cool.
the rooted double axes is a much older symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on the
And
head of this warhammer is a simple looking short bow design, knocked with not an arrow but a sapling.
yes, and she also has a shield that she will use, and in her hair, which is curly, she will have like a vine braided into it, or like a flower, some kind of natural thing that
Hmm.
she found somewhere.
Uh,
She'll like replace it every once in a while once it starts to get dry and brittle.
right. Talia is also our resident
Yeah.
equipment hoarder, the weapon porcupine of the group. So she has a few weapons that are available to her, though I usually do rule that you can only carry so many of them on your person at a time. Um, but
Yeah, she's
mainly the
got some
warhammer.
stashed in her room,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah, mainly the Warhammer. Warhammer.
So what is Talia up to as
Yeah,
we
that's
begin this scene?
about what time of day is it?
It's
Is it
midday or so.
first thing in the morning?
Yeah, it's not first thing in the morning. You would have
Okay,
done your prayer and whatnot, but
gotcha. Yeah. Well, you said it's about a week after the funeral.
about give or take, yeah. However you want to
So,
set this up.
uh, hmm. Okay. Well, honestly, she's probably, doing some shrine maintenance for the the shrine that she built
Hmm.
in Dupont. Um, she takes really good care of that. And then probably just, I don't know, wandering around town, seeing what kind of interesting things she can see.
Yeah, you built a simple shrine not far from the eastern gate of Dupont, which was basically a fairly simple pedestal or rock cairn that had various plants woven through it and around it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, lots of plants, mosses, things like that.
yeah, and every once in a while, I suppose you go out there and you tend to it, keep those plants trimmed and whatnot. Make sure the grounds around it are clean. Maybe transplant some of those plants to different areas, um, and just maintain that equilibrium between a purposely man-made created structure and the nature interwoven with it. Very much a symbol of Arklage. That is also where you met your squirrel friend,
Yeah.
which is its own little story, but there was a sort of religious vision that was granted to Tali. That involved a
Yeah.
squirrel friend that has come up a few times since.
Yeah.
So
The
we
little
will leave
acorn.
Tali to tending this small shrine garden outside of town,
Cool.
and we will have to get to Amen. Is it sometime later?
Omen.
Oh, Omen. We will have to get to Omen sometime later. Christian here previously played Linnea, who I described in the beginning as the character who was lost at the end of the last unaired season. So unfortunately, he's going to be sitting out for a little bit until we can introduce his new character. So let's go up to Sevgi at this point. Stephanie. Sevgi is our resident sorceress. Remember how I said sorcerism is highly regulated. Um, she has spent much of her young life, much of her young adult life, cloistered within the arcane senses, um, and only recently, within the last 2 years or so, has had the freedom to really go out and experience life on her own. Um, so Stephanie, describe Sevgi for us. Who is Sevgi?
Okay. Well, Sevgi, she's about 5'4", 5'5", tan skin. She's usually keeping her hair up in, I guess, kind of like a bun or a ponytail, just because she's been traveling so much. She's a little reserved. She's just trying to keep herself, I guess, calm at all times, so she won't
Mm.
potentially freak out and use her magic everywhere and cause some chaos. Um,
Sevgi is human,
mm-hmm.
and a draconic bloodline sorcerer,
Yes.
uh, which you went with. Let's see if I can remember this. It's been a while. Was it copper? No,
I think it was
it was
bronze.
bronze. Yeah,
Yes.
bronze. Very similar colors in my mind.
Yeah.
Bronze. So you very much like Tali sort of specialize in uh, electric magics, lightning
Mm-hmm.
magic, storm-like stuff, and have even tweaked some of your spells to be lightning-based instead of their other elements. Um, Probably most noticeable about Sevgi is that underneath the left eye, tattooed onto the skin with magical ink, is the symbol that sorcerers are branded with as they pass their initiation, after they are certified that they can keep their powers in check and are allowed to go out in the world. They are marked so that everybody knows that that person is a sorcerer and they could explode anytime. Keep a wide berth. Don't trust them. They're dangerous. Right there under the eye. Cannot be covered with makeup, just glows right through. Cannot be covered by illusion, glows right through. It is a constant reminder to everybody that meets her that she is a dangerous, dangerous being. But talking to her, you wouldn't know because Sevgi's very nice.
It's very misleading.
Yes. I believe you also have a rather interesting staff.
Yeah, it's just I guess a bronze and red quarterstaff that she basically, I guess, her parents gave to her, and she's been carrying it with her since.
With a particular charm hanging from
Yes.
the top end of it, sort of lightning bolt shaped, that was made from a substance that was, how do I say this? A substance that was, well, I'll just say taken from the home of, or those creatures, Zorns, I
Yeah.
believe they were.
The Zorn.
Zorns, yes.
Yeah,
It was left
something like that.
behind by one of them.
Yes, it was left behind by one or both of these creatures as they consumed the rocks and metal of the surround by area, and a byproduct of that was a highly conductive metal
Yes.
that has since been magically infused, attuned as a casting focus, granting Sevgi a bonus to spells that rely on, um, or that utilize lightning damage and lightning-based effects. And where do we find Sevgi?
I guess Sevgi, she's kind of not necessarily on the outskirts of DuPont. She's just kind of on the outside, I guess, and she's just trying to practice her magic a little bit, just so she can hone her skills a little better.
Okay. Yeah, you would definitely want to do that either within the confines of the guild itself
Mm-hmm.
or a ways away from the outside of town. Because you are a sorcerer, and just casting lightning bolts all over the place is going to draw some unwanted attention.
Yeah.
Okay. So as much as I would like to bring in our newest member of this team right now, unfortunately there is the matter of discussing the events that were allowed to transpire with the headmaster of the guild here, a woman by the name of Regina Farrow, and an ex-adventurer herself. Um, yes, I see in chat. I'm going to try to ignore chat, but I do love the sorcerer wearing a bard shirt. um, yes, there's a matter of debriefing with the headmaster, and a number of uh, other residents of the guildhall who will be present, and unfortunately, Omen, being new to the guild, doesn't really have any input there and would not be part of that conversation. Uh, so we will pick up with Omen in a moment. But after having a week to yourselves, a week to decompress, a week to think about what happened, a week to grieve for your lost comrade, you are, over the course of a couple days, reminded that you need to do an official debriefing, and one is scheduled. So, let's pick up not in Regina's office, because it is a nice sized office for herself and smaller meetings, but with the four of you and a number of other people who are going to be present at this debriefing, we're going to hold this in the small library of the guild hall. And I do mean rather small. It's probably a 10, 12 foot by 15, 18-foot room, uh, covered almost floor to ceiling with books, but it's not an opulent library you would find in a university or a church or a government building. Very selective on the books that had to be acquired for this library. But Laureen, our resident arcane census official, has done a good job procuring a number of books from all over the place, books of all different topics, religious books, philosophy, law books, books on various arcane theories and whatnot. But Laureen is our, as I said, our resident representative of the arcane census, here to advise, but also to supervise and report in on the activities of a very magically inclined group, which is always a point of stress for Ander, our illegal warlock, who has somehow done a rather convincing job of not letting on that he even uses magic to anybody but the group they travel with. We'll see how long that can be kept up, or how long he chooses to keep it up, should that be the case. So, in this library, some of the desks are rearranged. This meeting does unfortunately have a sort of tribunal-like feel. On one side of the room, sitting at the middle of her desk, is Regina Farrow, this middle-aged human woman, very, very matronly in appearance. You could tell that when she was of adventuring age, proper adventuring age, she was quite a physical specimen, quite strong, very imposing. But she comes across now as a kind, understanding, matronly figure, somebody who is wise to a degree, experienced in the world, and very much trying to lead the next generation of adventurers. Somebody who was handpicked by the mysterious founder of this guild, a person by the name of Saramov, who apparently has some sort of past with Regina, and she has been placed in charge of this guild hall, presumably one of, if not the first guild halls of this guild itself, and she is still, even at a year into this position, very much getting used to being an administrator, a bureaucrat. She does not relish the paperwork and other administrative duties that comes with her position. She is very much a head-on, martially focused adventurer, but I don't want to say she's past her prime, but she can certainly do more good ensuring that the next generation of adventurers survives as long as she has. To her left, you then have Laureen, who I described as the arcane census representative, here to keep tabs on all the magic users, making sure they are abiding by the laws of the arcane census, and of course provide them with the resources of the arcane census. Identification, acquisition of arcane components and whatnot, teaching of spells and other arcane theory. Laureen is an ASMR, a young, angelic-looking woman, beautiful as all ASMR are. Very, very long, full but otherwise flat, almost bleach blonde hair, though as an ASMR it is, of course, natural. An almost angelic figure, almost you would think, a trick of the light, that she has a sort of radiance to her. Piercing blue eyes, soft skin, always a serene expression on her face, very soft-spoken. Not somebody you would necessarily think of as an authoritative figure of such an authoritative institution as the Arcane Census. And she sits there quietly, flipping through notes and beginning to write more as this debriefing continues. And in stark contrast to her, on the other side of Regina, you have Lady Stavuka, who could best be described as an old crone. She is ancient looking, presumably human, but probably the oldest human woman any of these people have ever seen. She is the Crypt Keeper's mother. And she is a representative, namely from Aquila's church, or the church that her Bloodhunter order belongs to, the Church of Tenbrea, who we'll get into in more detail in some of the lore drops that I post in various places. But Tenbrea is known as the All-Mother. She is the goddess who originally created the cosmos itself. I have a whole, what I believe is a rather interesting theogony for my world, which I will at some point post. But she is the deity that represents the cosmos. She is the darkness. She is the black night sky that separates the mortal world from the far ones. She birthed Solix, the sun, her counterpart, her spouse, the father of the other gods and of mortals themselves. But Tenbrea is also the goddess of isolation, depression in some sense, and Aquila very recently was personally impacted, contacted perhaps even, by a different saint than she was used to, the Saint Lady Amertha, who is the patron saint of depression and widows, as it is usually described as, but can be ascribed to not only widows or widowers, but anybody who has lost a loved one. It represents that loss and the tradition or the transition of surviving somebody who has passed. But Lady Stavuka, this ancient-looking woman, adorned in many, many layers of black and gray robes. I mean, she was probably a rather handsome-looking woman, I don't know, 60 years ago or something. But at this point, she is hunched. She is clearly very old, very short, curly, thin, gray hair, and even though she is short in stature, also very intimidating. And it is always interesting seeing the large, imposing Goliath woman almost shrink in on herself as this hunched over 5-foot tall old woman gets into some of her shortcomings. So that is one side of this tribunal we have here. And on the other side, we have the 4 characters that we introduced previously. And when Regina entered the room, and she's probably the last one to enter the room, even after the 4 of you, with Loreen and Lady Stavuka already seated there. Loreen, going through her book, she would have said hi to all of you in her normal, cheerful manner, seemingly unaware of the importance, the seriousness of the conversation that's about to be had. And on the other hand, again by stark contrast, Lady Stavuka would be there, has not said anything to anybody, but has largely been glaring at Aquila for a while, tapping these long, spindly fingers on the desk in front of her, just waiting to begin. Aquila, I'm sure, trying to avert eye contact with this tiny but intimidating woman.
Man, I think even if she knew what I was, you might still be the most trouble in the room.
Probably would be. Probably would be, because I was supposed to turn you in.
Well, that's a whole other
Disregarding
problem.
Yeah, disregarding that even.
There are other things we're going to face here. They don't even know that that's a problem yet. But Regina Farrow comes walking in. This middle-aged woman, somebody who looks like she is much more comfortable in a suit of full plate armor and a weapon of some kind, walks in wearing nice but fairly plain clothes. Again, much more for ease of movement and functionality than fashion or opulence or calling to her station. Very, very simple woman. She walks in, surveys the four of you without really making eye contact with any of you, in an almost sheepish way. Walks over to that side of the room, acknowledges the two others there, Lorene and Lady Stavica. Sits down, takes out a notebook herself, and you can see she has to take a deep breath and compose herself. And there's just a second where she goes to just about put a hand on her forehead and let out a sigh, and then lets it go, straightens herself in the stance that she believes she should take as an authoritative figure here. Opens up a notebook and begins.
So you see what happened was.
And there is that awkward moment where she sits there and she has her hands pressed against each other. She's clearly ready to begin talking, but she's trying to formulate what to say.
This is going to be another
Well,
your mom's mad at you moment.
I take it the four of you have had a... I hope you are all finding yourselves relaxed back at home. It's been a while since you have been back, and we are certainly glad to have you. We do need to go over exactly what happened. We haven't had a chance to really discuss the details. Last I was aware, you were heading to Gorduga, I believe, to investigate the disappearance of the people from Lydiad. Several, a few hundred people who were taken from there, and I believe you also reported back that other places have had similar abductions or trumped up arrests or whatnot. And then you were sort of MIA for a couple weeks there. And well, we clearly noticed the large beam of pinkish lavender light that shot into the sky. That we'd very much like to know what that was. I suppose that is really diving right into it. We can ease into this more thoroughly. So to set the backdrop here, this investigation has been going on for months at this point, close to a year, or it would have been probably 8, 9, maybe 10 months. I'd have to go back and look at the calendar. But there were people who were abducted nearby, taken by these creatures we've never seen before. Reddish-skinned individuals, goblinoid faces. You've referred to them as hobgoblins, later called, I believe you said by themselves, to be what was it?
The term they referred to themselves as was the Bel-Shamad.
The Bel-Shamad, yes. So I believe after going to Lydiad, there was of course the instance where this, I believe it was described as a succubus celestial of some kind, had taken possession, infiltrated the mind of the Baroness there, and used that power to arrest a number of individuals, trumped up charges and whatnot, very harsh sentences of exile and imprisonment, indentured servitude for seemingly simple crimes.
Yes.
Of course, the Baroness continues to applaud and laud your services for freeing her and giving the barony back to her. But she is understandably disappointed that you've yet to be able to return or even really pinpoint what happened to her people. I believe that was the primary course of this investigation over the past several months. Of course, leading to who and what these Bel-Shamad were, what this succubus being was doing. She escaped your encounter from Lydiad, if I remember correctly, and has been mentioned since. Some sort of leader of these people, center of worship. So I suppose we could start. You reported back in minor details at the time, but what did you find in Gorduga?
Well, honestly, I think the story starts even before we got to Gorduga. On our way out of Lydiad to Gorduga, we came across some farm country areas that were suffering some kind of attack from a large beast, is all they really knew. Vicious, something bigger than a wolf. Since we were in the area, we decided to look into it. Seemed beyond coincidence that we would run into that on the way, and it might have been related. And in doing so, we actually met Aryeh, who, I don't know if that's been mentioned in anything so far to her. But
yes, I do know Aryeh, of course. He was here for the funeral.
That's right.
We
Yes.
did in fact meet Aryeh, one of these hobgoblins you've befriended, I suppose. That has been cause for concerned discussion in the last week, but we waited until now to press.
Well,
he seemingly was a helpful individual.
indeed. So as I said, while hunting down this creature, we came across RAA.
And these were different creatures from the ones you found outside Lydiad. The goblinoid were creatures of some sort? Varag, I believe, was the term you used.
Yes, that's the term we found recorded for them.
And you
Uh,
stopped that, I guess, production of these abominations. Was it more of those?
Not the same, a similar creature, and apparently also one related to the worship of Moriadessa. Though, if REA is to be believed, not one that is. It is an offshoot, a heresy, I suppose, to the standard, or what the greater body of Belshamad believe. Either way, he was in the area to do the same thing we were, which was to remove the threat that was being posed to these farms. And at the moment, the enemy of my enemy seemed like at least an ally. And so we worked together to deal with the small goblin cult that was creating these. I forget what he referred to them as now.
Starguest.
Yes.
They were created using a very rough method, something resembling like what
Lady
my mother
Staviko actually
uses.
holds up one of her spindly fingers.
Mm.
Those details are... We already know those details. Hush. I take it
how are we sitting?
you were able to
Are we-
dispatch those creatures at the very least.
Yes.
We did. We notified you as much.
Yes. Good. Thank you for doing your job. Continue.
I don't know if I'm sitting next to Aquila, but if so, try to subtly just kind of nudge or, I don't know, some kind of small gesture of sympathy, I suppose.
Like, hey,
I feel bad.
we're right here. We got your back. Don't freak out.
Something along those lines, yes. I don't
Very
want to
good.
go for the full shoulder pat, since that would be very obvious to the tribunal, as it were. But
I'm sure everybody in the room can feel Aquila barely contain herself.
actually, I take it back. I don't need to nudge her. I'm just going to mentally whisper to her, "Hold it together. This is rough, but we're all in this together."
Always a strange intrusion in the back of your mind, the warlock telepathy that feels like a wet inkiness that just kind of grabs the back of your head.
Try to make it as comforting as possible, man. Come on.
You can try.
Yeah, your patron's not very comforting. He's not warm and fuzzy.
And an interesting, blatant use of very illegal powers, though no outward sign of their use.
Yeah.
So you managed to deal with at least some of the abominations. Continue.
Yes. In dealing with them, we found, in talking with REA and dealing with them, it appeared that his whole point in trying to eradicate them was to essentially attempt to make a name for his people. Show that, set some groundwork for their arrival, I suppose. Try to
These
prove that they could be
people.
helpful.
These creatures, you say, are a
The
people.
Belshamad, yes.
Right.
Yes.
kind of very quickly looks over at Aquila and looks back at Ander. This person, ally, as you have said, he proved a useful implement,
Daddy.
or was he a distraction?
I would say, considering that most of us made it out through overwhelming odds, quite the asset. In this situation, definitely. I believe he prevented the deaths of at least more than one of us in that scenario.
So do the hounds that our soldiers use.
Anders is going to have a very obvious look of distaste on his face every time she opens her mouth at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Talia looks displeased with this woman.
Yes, you guys very much befriended Arye, and Lady Stavuka, the Imperial Pantheon, the Church of Genavia, and the Arcane Census do not recognize newly created species or whatnot as people. They are arcane abominations.
Yeah, well,
Regina at this point kind of, in an attempt not to be blatantly rude, slowly holds up a hand and sort of just kind of taps, very gingerly taps Lady Stavuka on the shoulder, almost recoiling herself, and please let them. We'll get to some of the complications. You were
so,
you dealt with that problem. There was some sort of disparate group of whatever pseudo-religion these people believed in, warring factions
yes.
or whatnot to some degree.
It would seem there was some degree of that, yes. We later found out that the Belshamad and the goblins have a complicated relationship, to put it mildly. They are related, but as I believe it was put to us, goblins don't do well in polite society, to paraphrase.
They have some trouble integrating as a group. They're
Yes.
I have known civilized goblins, but yes, it takes some re-education. Now I believe you originally reported that these hobgoblins were birthed in a manner from goblin patronage, but fathers.
Yes. They were unable to procreate in the natural sense. That and a lack of certain emotions, apparently.
So at some point the progenitors, the goblins, became not, well, respected as a father, but what, cast aside?
There seemed to be an attempt to still actually respect them as an ancestor, but also a realization that the path that they were looking for was not one that the goblins were going to undertake as a group readily. They were put to the side in an attempt to, I think, both keep them safe and honor them, but also prevent them from interfering or causing more harm. It definitely seems like some of the actions that were taken previously were regretted, if not outright frowned upon.
Laureen actually picks her head up from her notes at this point and chimes in. So if I understand, just looking at this from a psychological, sort of sociological view, they, the the Belchamad wanted to establish themselves as their own people, their own society, different from the previous goblins, better than.
That does sound like a very accurate assessment, yes.
Interesting, very, very interesting. And she goes back down to being her blonde hair almost enveloping the book she is writing in.
So,
Not great
the
posture
time,
for such an angelic being.
at the time of dealing with this small cult, that was all knowledge that we didn't have at the moment. When we finished with
Right.
the cult, REA was more a information source and a possible way to track down our initial target.
And that's, Regina continues, that's what led you to Gorduga. I believe you were on your way there already, but he
Yes.
confirmed a nearby source of his people?
Yes. He provided knowledge to hopefully find the source of what was going on. His intent being that he viewed the events in a different light than we did, and was hoping that he might change our minds on some aspects of what was happening. Like I said, at the time, it was a useful source of knowledge that seemed willing to cooperate, and we were willing to use it.
Lady Stavika chimes in again. Yes, you were supposed to use this creature for his information. Not befriend him. Not be turned to his abominable ways, his heresies.
Yes, well, the world isn't always shades of black and white. As much as some people would love to believe that.
She kind of huffs and attempts to straighten a bit. And where did this new pet of yours lead you? As she says
Take a
that, of
deep
course, she's
breath.
not looking at Ender, she is looking at Aquila, who was very much told to use that creature as an inroad to stopping his very existence.
Led us to their capital, such as it is, a place called Rashkair.
At that, you see Lorene pick her head up, like, ooh. She copies that down. This is news. This is news, I suppose. Well, she gestures her shaking, spindly hand across the group.
Well, we infiltrated. No, infiltrated is a loose term. With the intention of figuring out what was going on, what the end goal was. In doing so, we had to spend time in the town and learned more about the Belshamad as both they were at the time and what they desired to be. And long story short, by the time we figured out what was happening, we were not in a position to actually prevent it. At that point, it was simply a chance to gather information.
So let me pull back for a second here and ask the group if you are purposely withholding information about the offshoot of the women's shelter in Gorduga, or your experience on the Sword Peak Mountain.
To a degree, just because Stavika's really pissing Andrew off to a degree he has not been in a long time, actually.
Yeah.
And so he's getting very short. I don't know if intentionally withholding information, but at this point, really just doesn't want to talk with her anymore.
Stand by, everybody. Apologies for some technical difficulties. Bear with us as our cameras are all over the place for a second. Hopefully, our resident Goliath will wake up from whatever rage-induced blackout she is currently having. I imagine Aquila is just there, sort of gripping the edge of the tables, sort of underneath. Those sitting next to her can see the white-knuckled grip as she sits there, trying not to shake in frustration, maybe a touch of fear, and really just disgust for how some of the vocabulary that is being used, and certainly the tone that is being used.
Is Tali
So
sitting next to Aquila?
sure.
Yeah, Tali will probably just put her hand on Aquila's hand. Also, though, she also probably has a face similar to Aquila's, just like, don't like this lady.
Mm-hmm.
Also, don't like the word she's using. You know, it's like a pinched face, trying not to say anything,
Oh.
because
Oh, yeah.
anything.
Oh yeah.
If there
It
wasn't
doesn't
the
even come
risk
out.
of having her more on my ass and looking into me more, I would have
Mm-hmm.
said some things already.
Yeah. This is
I just don't want to give her
definitely
any more information than she needs. So
right. Okay.
yeah, Talia is also very much unhappy with the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Arye was very much a friend by the end of this, and not very nice that it is being spoken to in such ways. Let's see here. So, for the sake of the recap, before even Gorduga, you were at the capital of Genavium, where you were looking into a specific woman's shelter that for displaced or otherwise abused women in various ways, people who needed to get away from bad environments. That was sort of being used as a front for this cult of Moriadessa, that was using people in some ways, or in a different light, showing them a new religion, a new outlook on life, giving these women and not only men, a few men, though that was a different, physically different location for obvious reasons, um, giving them hope, giving them a way to cope and move on with what was happening. And there was that woman's shelter, the Honeyed Horizons, and you followed traces of that up to Gorduga, which was your original reason for checking out that area, um, where where there was mention of an apiary, a resort, a sort of spin-off of this institution, this Honeyed Horizons women's shelter. Um, and as such, we're looking for connections between missing people, both taken from uh, Lydiad and other places within the capital province of Genafia, and to an extent some of the neighboring provinces, um, and also some women who were not so much disappearing, but were on the books for having been transferred indefinitely up to that region, um, and it was found that this was an area where the normal people, the normal races of the Empire, did interact with portions of the hobgoblin, the Belchamod society, in a religious fashion. There was symbology and iconography uh, of Moriadessa, who was being attributed as a saint of Lesadana, a sort of the love deity, though it is much more nuanced than that. You can look forward to information on that in more detail in an upcoming lore drop. But basically, a love deity, a pseudo vanity deity of beauty and the whole spectrum of love, running from the darker impulses that come from lust and desire and obsession to, you know, the blurry screen flowery romantic side. Um, but there was a sect of this religion that that was traced to Gorduga, associated with the Melisa apiary of the Honeyed Horizons. Very much a honey theme. Honey seemed to take a sort of symbology to this part of the religion. Though you did not delve too much into what was actually there. You instead attempted diplomacy, uh, not wanting to anger the Belchamod that were there, to cause a fight, to uproot these women who have already gone through some traumatic things in their life. So that was probably the first of the instances where you guys just kind of let the Belchamod slip, allowed them to continue. You realized that, you know, it's a gray area, but it's a little lighter gray than darker gray, so we're gonna just put a pin in this and leave it to the side. And instead, you trekked up the Sword Peak Mountain, um, in an attempt to, largely from Linnea's insistence, uh, believed there was some kind of connection up there to Moriadessa, this celestial-like figure. And once you were up there, you did have a brief interaction with Moriadessa that went interesting. There were some mind tricks that were played. Aspects of people's pasts that were replayed for them. There seemed to be some poking and prodding of individuals to elicit a response one way or another. Some flirting involved, some insults involved. Moriadessa was, and is to an extent, an instigator of sorts, always looking to make things interesting. Whether it be good interesting or bad interesting, As long as she's in charge, interesting is fun. But we'll leave that there. And you did overlook from the top, the peak of this mountain. You did see the Belchamod capital of Rashkair, and actually spoke with some hobgoblins that provided a wyvern-back escort to the capital. Though I suppose that is also being kept from this tribunal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ignoring a large part of how you actually got to Rashkair, you pretty much just said that through the course of events you found the hobgoblin capital, yada yada. Let's pick back up there. You found where they were, you knew what they were doing, and were unable or unwilling to stop them. Why?
Well, for one, it was the 5 of us against an entire city with a large, well-trained, well, semi-large, well-trained militia.
You are supposed to be a small strike team. Mobile, discreet. We have armies to attack cities. You are here to infiltrate. And Regina kind of puts another hand up. I wouldn't say that's necessarily your primary, and Lady Stavika just huffs and crosses her arms.
Additionally, we did find the missing people from Lydiad. They seem to have actually made a new happy life in the town. Everyone we found was living in harmony with the Belchamod and seemed quite happy with their current life. We were trying to figure out what the end game was and whether this was truly some nefarious goal before we possibly ruined or killed a city full of possibly innocent beings. Whether you consider them people or not, they were most definitely sentient. And I try to keep murder without cause to a minimum. God damn it.
Hmm. And Regina continues, I find that a very respectable and kind-hearted way of looking at this. Yes, murder, and she looks back at Lady Stavika, should be kept at a minimum. We'll need to discuss with people, no offense, of higher authority than you to really, speaking to the group, not necessarily Lady Stavika,
I figured.
who will determine exactly what status these people may have in the Empire. So, we're still a little fuzzy on what exactly happened. You got to this city. Presumably you were... I mean, it seems you spent some time amongst them, so they weren't hostile? They...
Not at all. Once they when we made it clear that we didn't immediately plan to draw arms on them, they were actually relatively welcoming. As far as a group that has very good reason to be distrustful of outsiders can be, I would say. The people we found that were from Lydiad.
So you did find some of the missing people?
Yes, as I said, they seem to have taken up a new life amongst the Belchamod, living with them It seemed like relationships beginning. They all spoke quite fondly of their current situation, which is what mainly gave us pause. I mean,
Lorene goes to open her mouth to say something, but stops as you continue.
as I said, between their seeming acceptance of their new situation and the lack of hostility with the Bel Shamad and willingness to offer information and speak with us, nothing gave off the feel of an evil cult that needed to be stopped or wiped out. And so before taking any drastic action, we were trying to find a definitive answer one way or another, what the goal or outcome was going to be.
So, Lorraine continues, did you succeed? What were they doing? And I suppose more
did.
importantly, how were these, you said they were treated, these people were treated well, they were accepted, they integrated? I
would
mean,
go
knowing
so
what we
far as
know
to
of the
say
creature that you've encountered before, this Moria Dessa being and her manipulative ways, did that not concern you? Or did you
did
rule that
initially.
out?
It definitely was constantly in the back of, I think, most of our heads, if not the front for some people. But through our encounters with her, we've also, her abilities seem to be more subtle than just direct mind control. She doesn't just, or seemingly doesn't just force her will upon others so much as bring out aspects of others that they might not willingly let out.
That's an interesting claim. Do you have a means to back that up?
Nothing definitive that I could put down on paper for you.
Well, what of these individuals? I would very much like a chance to speak with them, to hear of their process and the life they lived there. But what led them to that
Well,
way of thinking?
the best way I can put it is they seem to have developed a love for the Bel Shamad. A number of the ones we talked to were setting up long-term relationships, hoping to make this their new life.
It is hard
And
to miss the very blatant look of disgust on Lady Stavika's face. But continue.
as I mentioned, the Bel Shamad had missing certain key aspects, as it were, the ability to procreate, and as we found out, the ability
Interesting.
to feel
Would you
love.
say those qualities were a result of this ritual that led them to be, or is it a innate physiological flaw?
I think it was a part of how they were created initially. It would seem.
Interesting. Interesting. What do you think would lead these people, the Bel Shamad, on their aspect, their part in this relationship to undergo such a familial connection if they were unable to procreate, got no emotional context from it. What was the point?
To attain that, they wanted to be whole. They
Interesting.
wanted to
Interesting.
feel what
As if
the
it was a
rest of
learned
us feel.
response. Huh. Does this tie into, I suppose, whatever it was they were seeking to achieve?
Yes. As we found, the ritual that was supposed to happen was intended to give the Belshamad a full existence, as it were, to allow them to feel the things the rest of us feel, and to live the life that the rest of us live, as they phrased it. Unfortunately, as we found out as it was happening, this was essentially a merger of the Belshamad and those people living with them.
And by merger, you mean what exactly?
I mean, the best we can tell, the spirits of those people who had come to live in the town seem to have been fused or incorporated into the spirits of the Belshamad. The
Spirits.
people were gone. All that was left was the Belshamad, who suddenly found themselves capable of feeling both love and, unfortunately for them, loss.
So, Lorene is sort of taken aback by the implications that she is piecing together in her mind. More technical difficulties as Aquila continues to go in and out of frustration.
Rage blackout.
Yes, coming to the pinnacle of her shame here, and the impending delivery of, well, basically that you guys allowed this to happen, and what exactly was allowed to happen. But you can see Lorene is taken aback by these implications, and at the same time, Lady Stavica nearly hoists herself up on the desk as she looks out amongst the group. So essentially, you allowed the murder of these innocent citizens so that these new abominations could feel happy and continue to make more of themselves. Did you not understand that's exactly what we oppose? Thought you were... Didn't you just say something about keeping murder to a minimum?
I don't think you fully understand what I said. And maybe I didn't explain it well enough for you. If so, my apologies. It would seem that the majority of the Belshamad, other than the top leadership, as well as the people involved, had no knowledge of what was going to happen.
That is irrelevant. You seemingly did.
If we did, we would have stepped in sooner.
Hmm.
We didn't realize what had actually happened until it was done.
So this is simple incompetence rather than blatant disregard. Suppose that's something. Again, turning to Aquila, who is just not even there anymore.
But
Again, Regina kind of puts a hand to both of them, Stavica and Lorene. So it seems, if I understand correctly, looking back at Stavica, that you did not get there in time to fully understand what was going on. The the Bel Chamad you interacted with on a societal level were not part of this scheme, and you simply were unable to prevent, assuming the completion of this ritual with the light show that was seen across the land. Is that what we're understanding here?
Yes.
So if I understand correctly, these people are a people now. They're complete.
It would seem so.
Stavika lets out a grunt, almost simultaneous to Lorene peeking up, like, very interesting. Did you happen to see how that ritual was completed? What was involved? If they saw what was involved, I would assume they would have stopped it. I suppose you're right. That is a shame. And Stavika just kind of, the fuck did you just say?
Wow, I did not think Lorene was going to come out as one of the people I liked in this situation, but hey, surprise.
You get the sense, it's not necessarily a matter of being respectful and open-minded. It is purely an academic curiosity.
I'll take that over straight up being a bitch.
Sure, yes. Yeah. It's better than racist grandma on the other side of the table.
Yeah. We didn't see the ritual that took place. We weren't able to get to it. We witnessed... Shut up, Christian. Look, it's...
I'm just dying over here. It's fun.
Yep.
That's already happened.
All of the I told you so's.
No.
All of the
Selective
defucks.
withholding of the truth. We saw the effect on the mass Belshamad. They seem to phase out of...
Not sure at what point we were cut off from the stream. But I do still see people in chat, and it looks like our stream is back. Okay, I have confirmation that we are back. So,
Hey.
where did we leave off?
Or where did we get cut off?
Me
Yes.
pissing off.
I think we're in the chat. We're with the chat with the viewers.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying myself right now.
Yes. The
Killed.
mutual
Possibly.
mutual underhanded hostilities between you and Lady Stavika. Let's see here.
The funny thing is, she doesn't even know the half of why it's happening.
Here, go over here, and all right, everyone's back where they're supposed to be. Okay.
Yay.
Yes. Regina will continue here. So, this ritual was completed. The Belchamad are, well, I suppose they've overcome the problems they had with the reproductive issues, and I mean, what I'm trying to get at is there's going to be more of them.
I can't say for sure. We got ourselves politely asked to leave after we realized what the cost had been to everything.
Well,
but I would imagine that considering the success of the other aspects that were readily apparent, that yes, they have probably also been able to reproduce now.
we have more asked to leave after I started throwing punches.
So you chose
Yes.
after the fact to begin doing your job.
Mentally to Aquila.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's why I was avoiding that.
You weren't exactly there when it happened either.
So, speaking of losses, I'm almost forced to ask at what point, and I suppose what exactly, happened to Linnea?
And just by looking around at anyone else, like, someone else want to take this? I I can't speak for certain on everything that led up to it, but Linnea seems to have been looking for something for a while. And she seems to have found, if not what she was looking for, something she thought might have led her there amongst the Belshamad, and went in with the people from Lydiad, and seems to have been caught up in the ritual that happened.
And she did this willingly.
It seems so.
At this
We
point,
spoke to her corpse. She said yes. She said that she did it willingly. She said that she did it herself.
okay. So she was part of whatever this ritual happened, and it seems you don't know exactly what that entailed. There was a there was a body, the rather large hole in it. Um, Not to be disrespectful. Um,
Whatever happened in there seems like something different occurred with her than with everyone else.
Hers
I
was the
don't.
only body.
Lorene sits up again and looks like she's very excited to say something, and looks over the faces of the group that are probably awash with a mix of grief and continued resentment towards the direction of this conversation. Goes to say something excitedly, sees you, and just kind of shrinks back down and continues what she was writing.
Giant fucking nerd.
Look at her learning to read the room.
She has gotten better at reading people. Very good at reading books. Not always great at people, but she's. I mean, it's hard to mistake. I'm sure some of the faces you guys are making. Um, she does seemingly
Oh, yeah,
mutter
definitely.
something under her breath, which really only Aquila could understand with her superior lupine ears. Uh, you don't get an exact because it's very much whispered to herself, but it's along the lines of, I wonder if there's some necromancer I'd really like to hear what happened to her. Uh, but Regina continues, almost as Lady
Was it
Stavika is.
I've heard that too?
Seemingly not.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah. You don't exactly know exactly what capabilities Stavika has, or where she falls in the class build of her.
I know she has the authority.
Yes, she is in charge. As to what abilities she can command, that's a different story. But it looks like Stavika was about to say something and almost anticipating the negativity that she was going to start spewing. Sort of puts a hand up and interjects before she can begin. So, okay. Unfortunately, it is an occupational hazard that we lose companions, friends, family. And she was troubled for some time there. We did have a discussion at one point that was, I suppose in hindsight, should have been more alarming than it was. Uh, I find it strange because I believe it was mentioned that she was probably the most skeptical, wary of the situation. But you have said, Tali, I believe you did commune with her in the short time after her death and seemed that she was at peace. I hope that is the case, though I am afraid for what may have become of her soul. Embracing an aspect of our gods that was certainly in question at the time. Unfortunately, there's no way for us to know that. But I suppose, long story short, because this has been going on, there is now a hobgoblin race, people, society, city, somewhere out in the Shield Ridge that is responsible for a number of imperial deaths. Not to mention the religious and political implications of a created species, a new religion that needs to be examined, a new religious figure that needs to be confirmed. Their status within this is... I'm going to have so many reports to write. So you know where these people are.
The Belshamad? Yes.
What... She kind of looks over at Stavoko and already has a hand up in her direction. What is your opinion on these people? How much threat do they pose to us? Are they ideologically opposed? Are they going to be a problem? And Stavoko begins to say something, and Regina actually shushes her, like, shh. And you can
Like
see
any
just
people.
like Stavoka's eyes go wide, like,
Anders trying real hard to smother a chuckle.
Like any people,
it's
they
hurting.
are of different opinions. They are not all of one mind. There are quite a few who seem to wish nothing more than peaceful coexistence. There are, however, others who seem of a different mind. I'm
so
not certain what it will bring. And it may happen that there is infighting before it even comes to a wider concern.
I suppose that's something. It's good to know that they aren't fervently and in a singular mind, united
Mhm.
in opposition to us. You have seen to, at least for a time, interact with them in a not negative way.
I would argue that I feel like the majority of the opinion I detected was that, honestly, a hope for diplomatic, if not diplomatic relations, possible integration even with the society as it is.
That's good. That's good.
As I said when I spoke of RA before, his expressed intention was to try and be essentially a forerunner, making a positive name for his people.
And would you say he succeeded?
I would certainly speak highly of him, and
On an individual level, yes.
I would speak highly, I think, of the majority of the Belshemad I met.
At this point, Stavoka actually swats at Regina's hand, who is continued like as a wall between the two. Just swats at her hand, largely ineffectually because she's an old woman and Regina could probably slice her in two with her greatsword. But swipes at her hand and slaps the other one down. If we know where they are, we should get their location from you, and we should march the legions to deal with them, do the job that you could not. And
They will see
Regina,
you coming.
that is not our call to make, and it's not theirs, and it's certainly not yours. We'll see about that. We'll
Though
see.
it is nice to know that genocide is your first response.
You can see that Stabaka has reached a level of frustration where she is actually stumbling over her words, and the time it takes for her to come up with a meaningful retort, Regina again reasserts herself. You make a point. It's not our call, but we should. We're going to need to know where these people are. I can't not report what was said here, especially she motions to the two people beside her. I can't promise you one way or another what's going to become of these people, but if you know their location, we have to know it. How precisely? You can see Lorene actually peeks up at this and, without saying anything, scrambles away from the table excitedly and starts ruffling around in a back room. She opens the door and leaves it open. You can hear books tumbling and the clattering of pens and or quills and sheets of paper and whatnot. And a few moments later, she rushes out with a large map of the Genavian province. Thank you. Yes.
Considering that REA did kind of lead us there from the mountain, how well do we actually, like, how well would we accurately be able to pinpoint the location?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I believe we have gone all this time, a good over 2 hours at this point, without an actual dice roll. So let's have our first dice rolls of the game here, of the stream here. I want everyone in this conversation to roll me a survival check to see how well you could keep track on the navigation of where you guys were while you're being led through the mountains.
Just a straight roll?
Yes.
I have never prayed for a 1 so hard in my life.
You're gonna get a 20. No,
I know exactly where it is.
Crap! Woo! I have plausible deniability.
Yeah, like they're gonna believe that.
Well, I believe it, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, it's on Dolly.
Ander's the one that's talking, so
Yeah, so for the most
I'll let
part,
Ander tell them.
everybody but Tali is kind of, you could probably pinpoint it in a good, like, 20, 30-mile radius. I mean, it's hard to judge because you were well into the mountains at that point. You were a few days into the mountain range at that point, going up and down and around different peaks. It's hard to keep an eye on exactly where you are. So you can be like, somewhere generally in this large circle here. And Tali's on the other side of the table, just thinking, it's yeah. If you go that way, and it's about 3 days. If you go over this, I mean, I'm sure it's like right there. Of course, you're not saying this out loud or
What if she's
pointing to the
not?
map, but you
Like,
know
yeah, that's close enough.
more or less. I mean, you could point on the map if you really wanted to and be like, yep, they are right there.
I don't really want to. I'll let them struggle and find out.
But the rest of you guys are like, I don't know, somewhere in a day's travel of somewhere near here.
Works for me.
This map doesn't have a purple fog.
That's true.
Yeah, I was say, to be fair, we also had a big ass glowing beacon essentially to find it.
Yeah.
Well, again, that was a big ass glowing beacon
An
that was
escort,
several
so.
days into the mountain.
Yeah, but we saw
They
it
know-
from the top of a taller mountain.
Right. Which you have yet to disclose. It was not mentioned that you were
How
able
do
to
you
see
know that?
Rashkate from the Sword Peak Mountain. No,
Okay.
nobody
I wasn't
nobody
here for that
included
part.
that. Yeah. So yes, the big pink purple beacon that shot up to the sky clearly would give people an indication of which way to walk. But I mean, you're talking a march of a week or so, or more. I mean, depending on where they're coming from, but several days into the mountain, winding through different mountain trails. I mean, at that point, the vector is huge. But you're presented with a map, and you do have a kind of, sort of, maybe somewhere around here idea of where it is. What do you tell them?
So as I said, we were partly guided by RA during that, and was focused on both getting through mountain passes that most of us weren't very familiar with traversing, as well as dealing with a few threats from local wildlife. I believe it is, and kind of just do a general circle in the area
Mhm.
somewhere in this location, but as to its exact spot on the map, I couldn't put a pin in it.
I can probably get a slightly smaller circle. Yeah, somewhere in the. It is a highly defensible area. I would not approach openly looking for war.
What kind of defenses? What are we talking about? Our legions are powerful.
It would be a siege at the narrow mountain pass.
Mountain pass.
Well, trail. There are high walls on either side. Defensively, it would be very difficult to breach.
I will speak with them individually. I will speak with you individually and get a more detailed report, your own personal opinions, and hopefully you can provide some strategic details on this place. And after that, we will send our reports to our superiors, and it will be, well, I suppose, in the end, up to the Senate and the Empress what will become of our new neighbors. At least take comfort that will probably be a very protracted discussion.
And yeah, I still feel dirty.
How do you think I feel?
Okay. Well, I am saddened to report that we will have to let Lilia, Baroness of Liliad, know that her people will not be returned to her. And I suppose other such reports, once we can figure out exactly where some of the other people were taken from, that is a shame. I acknowledge the benevolence that you believe you were upholding. I think as somebody who has been out in the field, as they say, sometimes it is not clear cut. But this is certainly going to be a political shitstorm. Okay, I think that's all I can really deal with today. Obviously, don't go anywhere for the next couple days. I'm going to want to speak with each of you individually. You are, of course, no way beholden to the Empire, the military, and any more than any other. Well, I suppose, actually, I don't believe any of you are legitimate citizens. So, I mean, I suppose that helps.
I think most of us will be staying put.
At this point, you can see Stavuka actually stand up, sort of obviously glare towards Aquila. I will talk with you later. And I would say storms out of the room, but it's more like a hobbled shuffling out of the room. As she creaks nearly as much as the door as she leaves.
After the door closes, well, she was pleasant.
Okay, well, with that, Regina continues, I suppose that is the end of our discussion here. Thank you for bringing all of this to our attention, I suppose. At the very least, I'm certain I can't say you'll be getting any sort of bounty or reward. I don't think there's really anybody we could call upon for payment, except perhaps the Bel-Shemad themselves, but I don't think that would set a good precedence.
Probably not.
No, probably not best to immediately legitimize them.
Yes. Okay, I think we're going to keep you out of official work for a little bit until we review some of this. But it's a what I can assume is a much needed extended break, vacation, downtime. So settle in. I ask that you don't leave within the next couple days, but you're by no means prisoners. Kind of like side eyes Aquila with a slight shrug.
My situation is different.
Well,
Oh, irony.
okay, I need to. She stands up herself and starts moving towards the door and stops and turns. Right, dismissed. Thank you, and leaves. And Lorene kind of, oh, are we done? Oh,
I think so.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating, fascinating. And she just stays there and flips back to the beginning of her notes, probably several pages at this point. Probably, obviously, recording and writing down far more than what you said. It's surely a bunch of her own speculation and different theories and whatnot. She's got several pages of things that she's immediately going back to immediately review, and you guys are just kind of awkwardly sat there like, we can go now, right?
We were dismissed. We can leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna start making my way.
Yeah,
up
so
the
once we
stairs
get
now.
out, we need to keep an eye on her. I think she might try to dig up Linnea with a necromancer.
Oh, okay.
I heard her muttering something.
Well, you do know a prominent necromancer who would
Yep.
assuredly help with that situation.
Not a
And
chance in telling him.
doesn't like him very much either.
Man, what's not to like about Malkazir?
You're my blood against my will.
Yeah, he insulted me.
I mean, not as much as Moriadessa did, but
I mean, they
before
both did.
Finn.
That was very rude. Very
It
damn
was
it.
so funny though.
It's true,
Okay.
but the way she said it. Ugh.
So the immediate stress of that debrief is now over. You guys are free to go about your business for the next couple days. Within the next couple days, you are called to Regina's office for a more one-on-one conversation to get a few more details. And I can go over with you guys out of stream what exactly those details may be, not to get more bogged down with a 2-hour introduction and review than we already have. And there will be a discussion of like was brought up, location, defenses, military aptitude, resources, personnel, all of this stuff. But we can discuss that in between episodes. And this will be something that will be a protracted the next couple days. It is, however, the next day. You can tell that Lady Stavica is not really going out of her way to interact with you, any of you.
That's a fucking blessing.
Yeah. She's not avoiding you by any means. Like, she'll walk right past you and just not even recognize that you're there.
Smile and wave.
Yeah,
That's
she
better.
just not only does she not recognize you, she will do that just huff and obviously look away, and she thinks she's stomping off, but she's hunched over and she's shuffling away, and yeah. But the next day after that, probably as Aquila is heading back to your bunk, back to your room, after whatever it was you were doing, likely training some more with yourself, with your scimitar techniques you are working on, or with Eula, as you are heading back to your bed. Lady Stavica is actually there, standing in front of the door. I will certainly have a lot to report.
I'm sure you will.
This discussion may be over with your friends, but it has just begun for you, child. To think Adder has spoke so highly of you. It's disappointment.
He did.
Like, she'll walk right past you and just not even recognize that you're there.
Smile and wave.
Yeah,
That's
she
better.
just not only does she not recognize you, she will do that just huff and obviously look away, and she thinks she's stomping off, but she's hunched over and she's shuffling away, and yeah. but the next day after that, probably as Aquila is heading back to your bunk, back to your room, after
Mhm.
whatever it was you were doing, likely training some more with yourself, with your scimitar techniques you are working on, or with Eula, as you are heading back to your bed. Lady Stavika is actually there, standing in front of the door. I will certainly have a lot to report.
I'm sure you will.
This discussion may be over with your friends, but it has just begun for you, child. To think Adder has spoke so highly of you. It's disappointment.
He did.
Regina has asked politely that you not go anywhere. I am ordering you not to leave, not to speak of your affiliation with the church, and not to use any of your gifts until we have resolved exactly what to do with you. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Sure, we will have to have another one of these discussions in the coming weeks. She stands there awkwardly for a moment, almost trying to make things more awkward and just assert her dominance, sort of stare you down, and she eventually just kind of shakes and shuffles past you.
She makes Zadok look positively warm and
I'm just trying to imagine a short, 5-ish foot woman trying to stare down at almost what 8 foot tall
Uh-huh.
person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and succeeding. And
Like, how does that
succeeding.
work?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's at a point though. It's going to stop because it's like okay. Is there more?
Yeah.
You stop on me. I don't
Yeah.
know about Aquila.
So you have been ordered to stay put, and basically all of your blood hunter abilities, all these special rights that are normally granted to you, you are not to exercise any of those. You are like on burn notice right now.
Mhm.
uh, so I think this is a logical time to take a short break, transitioning from the recap to downtime and continuing on with our adventures. We will get to that shortly. I want to give everybody some time to decompress from that, to take in what happened, to go away and punch the pillow a few times, imagining Lady Stavika, and just cool down a little bit. Everyone, feel free to grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatnot. I'd say let's see, it's 4:35 by my clock. Let's meet back up in 5 minutes. Our breaks aren't usually that long. Um, we'll have to play around with how long our breaks are now that we are, officially on camera and whatnot. But when we come back, we will start off with downtime. We will finally introduce Christian's character, so he's not sitting here for the entire episode again, because that's happened before.
Yep,
we
wouldn't
will
be the first time.
we will get you involved in this. We will see what everybody's doing with their downtime. Get to some resolutions, and begin the next leg of our adventure. So we're gonna take a short rest, guys. Everyone, feel free to do your own thing for the next couple minutes. Meet back up for 40-ish, give or take. I've been talking for a minute here. So let's take 5 minutes, meet back up, and we'll continue our story then. We'll be right back. Thank you for watching. back into things here.
Lorraine. There we go.
Lorraine?
I can imagine Holly getting there with a shovel right at the same time Lorraine gets there with a shovel. Like, oh, this is
Shovel
awkward.
fight.
This is awkward.
Nobody go digging up Linnea. Let her rest.
No, Tali's gonna let her rest.
Somebody's gonna dig that body up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's Stephanie?
She is, I think, getting back now. She was just in the hallway, so.
So 10 minutes.
Yeah, she's
There we
getting
go.
on now. There she is. That's been like almost 10 minutes. That was a fast 10 minutes.
Yeah. That was a very
Well,
long
specifically
5
8.
minutes. But we are back, I believe. We are back. I hope everybody else is back. Everybody else who has been watching. We will continue with what's going on here. As I said, we will play around with how long we need our breaks to be, so hang with us for a little bit. But we are back. Let's get back into things here. So, yes, we were having a quick discussion off camera about the date, and I do have an actual calendar for this setting, which I will be releasing at some point in some fashion. So look out for that. But it is currently the month of Drago. Each of the months are named after one of the deities, because every month, what is defined as a month, it's not necessarily 30, 31 days. Some months are 20 days, and some months are 40 days. It is the amount of time it takes that particular celestial nebula to progress through the night sky. It is the month of Drago, and we'll get into who each of the gods are at a later date. But Drago is actually the chief deity of the Genavian pantheon, the Zeus of the setting. It may be, though not the progenitor, not the father of the gods themselves. That is Sullux, who actually doesn't have a single month. He is revered on the at the end of every month, or at the end of every week, or the beginning of every week, depending on where you which end of the calendar you look at, with the day Solus. Anyway, it is Drago the, what did I say, 10th?
13th.
13th.
The meeting was on the 13th.
Meeting was on
so
the
next day is
13th. We're
14th.
picking up on the 14th, but we're going to keep time a little nebulous here because we're going to be progressing several weeks. As you just heard, the group was very, very authoritatively told not to go anywhere. So they're gonna have
Strong
some time
suggestion.
to themselves, and we'll pick up with a specific date when specific things start happening. So, at this point, because we're going to spend the next bit looking at each character individually and what they want to get up to in the next several weeks, with a projected timeline of about 3 months. I think it came to 100 days or so that I plan to give everybody to do their own thing, have some downtime. I would like to begin a precedence of regularly, maybe not frequently, but regularly giving the group time to take to themselves and work on their own training. Maybe get learn some new weapon techniques that I will design as additional features that they may be able to take. Spend some time for our magic users crafting or tweaking spells to make them their own. and eventually, once people have enough time, influence, gold, base building, if they choose to go that route, getting into businesses to create passive income, getting into politics or other sort of public-facing professions or offices or whatnot. Though I suspect that's probably not going to come up anytime in the near future. But I want to give everybody some time to work towards their own individual goals, and that's what we're going to start with here. Or at least that's what we're going to get to very soon. But first, I would like to see what our newest member of the guild is like. So I've of course had conversations with Christian here about the nature of this character. And the guild very much does advertise seeking new members, very open and inviting about the people that they try to recruit. And if the Dupont Guildhall is any evidence, recruitment could be better. I think they were counting on some of their earlier recruits to be a little more assertive with their recruitment campaigns. But nonetheless, in the past year or so, this group has brought in a half dozen people, maybe a bit more.
Selective.
We'll see. Yeah, very selective.
High standards.
Come on, we brought
Sure.
in the junior
Yeah.
squad.
You brought in
Quality
the
over
junior
quantity.
squad. You've helped establish
disabled
the chance
paladin.
encounters. Yes, the unfortunately
Oh.
disabled paladin. We're gonna get to that though.
Oh,
But we have a new character joining us who will be arriving in Dupont in the next few days. And I'm going to leave it to him as to describe what exactly brought him here and what he's doing. But Omen, Omen, Omen,
Omen.
Omen, Omen.
Yep. Yep.
Omen. We'll get to your description as you are introduced to the party as a whole. But how do we immediately find you? Where does the camera first pick up sight of our newest companion?
But I guess there's a lot we still haven't talked about.
There's always more to talk about.
Yeah. So I suppose if I haven't gotten to the Guildhall, then yeah,
Okay.
I don't really know what you want from me here.
Okay, sure. I didn't know if you wanted to have some sort of prologue and narrate your passage to Dupont itself, or have some moment where you saw a flyer and like, I'm gonna join this guild. But you make your way to Dupont. And moving forward, should it happen, I do want I do like to keep character introductions more fluid, more reasonable. But it is very understandable that we have an adventurer and an adventurer's guild. They find a flyer and they go to the guild hall, and the implications of that will be defined more by how you interact with the guild, how you interact with Regina and these new teammates. But you of course have your own backstory, which we've more or less discussed. I think I have a good understanding of who Omen is, and what Omen wants to a degree, as much as any new character knows what they want. And you make it to Dupont, probably traveling for many weeks, most likely. And we can get into, you can get into what aspects of your backstory you want to get into. But and we can get into your physical description shortly. But Alman is by no means a discreet or missable character, if I understand correctly. Um, Perhaps not raucous, not necessarily out there and immediately trying to gain attention, but when Omen shows up, you're gonna notice Omen show up. Um, and you probably wander around Dupont for a little bit, and you certainly get some stares, and you certainly get some gasps, and eventually talking to various people. You might have ventured into the Battered Cod, the local tavern of Dupont, run by a Mr. Berlin Dosk. Berlin's a nice guy. We perhaps will meet up with him later. Battered Cod is always an interesting place and has grown quite a bit in the year that you have been here. The year the rest of the group has been here. It was little more than a riverside cottage tavern, stained with old beer, a small handful of regular patrons, one that was seemingly attached to the bar stool at all times, who has since and for a while now been missing from the bar stool that he never seemingly left. But you can ask around the Battered Cod, you can ask around the streets, and people are certainly taken aback by your presence, and we'll get to why that is. But there has been an influx of new people to Dupont as the town has grown over the past year. The walls of the town have been expanded to encompass probably twice as much space as Dupont originally had before it was a walled town a year ago. And you are directed to the Guildhall. I do imagine you have one of the flyers that are posted really all over the place, directing you here, and there's a very crude hand-drawn map of the surrounding of the town, though the map is probably a map of the town a year or more ago, so it's hard to necessarily judge where you are, because again, the town has doubled in size and looks different at this point. But you are directed to the People's Ascension Guildhall, and this is a good time to point out just how nice the People's Ascension Guildhall is. Dupont is a very small seaside town. I think it was originally about 800 to 1,000 people in population a year ago, and it has since boomed to double that, if not a little bit more, in the coming year. Not only has the Guildhall helped to drum up presence for the town, but so has the new mayor who won the last election in a landslide, a Mr. Corvo Remington. And he has undergone a number of public works projects to expand the city, to get more commerce, to root out corruption, to better the livelihoods of the people in town, try to regulate wages and try to regulate, cost of living, and help uplift the slums of the town. For a while, the whole northwestern side of town along the river by the docks was a slum. Old dilapidated houses, people living in the streets or in those broken down houses, where not 1,000 feet in either direction or into town was the bustling town square. Since then, the slums have definitely seen a lot of attention. The buildings have been tended to. There's less immediately recognizable homelessness. There are at least shelters now and food banks and whatnot, or a food bank and a shelter. It is still a very small town, comparatively, um, but Dupont has come up in the world. But Dupont is still small. Most of the buildings are either very old, and we're talking hundreds of years old, simple wooden buildings that have been patched over those years because wooden buildings only last so long before you have to replace walls or roofs or whatnot. So a number of them are patchwork, very evident of the years that this city has been established. A number of them are plastered with a sort of stucco, this sort of seaside off-white, um, gritty past. I just said the word plaster that was applied to the wall. I do that on occasion, and there are a lot of murals or just sort of wall art. Occasionally, even mosaics, frescoes that depict various seaside themes or riverside themes. Um, this is a town that was established as the last stop of the riverside trade that came through came down through most of the major towns of this province, and previously was stopped by the jagged seaside features of the area known as Rousseron's Mall, or the jagged shores, um, and that's a whole aspect of mythology that we can get into later. But around this time last year, for mysteriously no reason, these large, imposing, jagged spires, rocky protrusions that blocked the mouth of this river from opening up into the Altemian Sea mysteriously vanished. Just were there one night and gone the next day. And with those jagged rocks removed, it opened up Dupont to not only be the end of a river-based trade, but the beginning, the starting point for a larger connecting seaside trade, really opening them up to not only just the trade of the local Genavian province, but to a myriad of coastal provinces that stretch across the Altemian Sea. And I'll post a map of this setting in the near future so you can see how much trade that exactly opens up. But the economy has been booming for the last year, and not only has the town expanded, but the quality of the town has improved. However, the People's Ascension Guildhall is still opulent in comparison. The guild is a two-story building with a central three-story tower, which is larger than any of the other buildings in town. So when you are up in the central tower, you can look about the entire the entire town. It is built out of in places where it is not painted or otherwise adorned, very solid, heavy, dark wood, accented with pieces of what is known in my setting as whitewood, which is a magically infused forest not far from Dupont of trees seemingly made of glass, translucent, quartz-like, very pure quartz-like, and that wood is harvested for its magic holding properties, its ability to retain and augment various magical effects. It is also extremely durable and a lot lighter than you would think it is. Actually, I'm thinking of a different substance. whitewood is actually heavier than you would think it is. I got a lot to keep track of, but nonetheless, it is a very rare resource. There is only one forest of whitewood that has shrunk down from hundreds of miles in the past 1,000 years to what is now 150 miles in kind of oblong radius, and at this point is highly regulated because it's so magically important. And this guild hall is adorned with the stuff. The window panes are whitewood. The door frame is whitewood. The door itself, a large, dark red painted, heavy front door, is not only supported by a whitewood frame, but has inlaid into the door itself in whitewood, accented with thin gold lining, the symbol of the guild, which is the logo that we currently use. However, I am working on a new logo, a more official logo. But something very much like this. The symbol of the People's Ascension is a phoenix bursting into new life. And that is very symbolic of Saramov's intention to resurrect the Genavian Empire back into its golden years. Back to a time of economic prosperity, a time of pride in citizenship, a time when the Empire was still expanding, bringing civilization to the savages and heathens of the far-flung sides of regions of Altemia. At this point, most of those places have been embraced by the Empire. They have been civilized more or less. There's still some fighting in the deepest regions, the farthest regions of the Empire. But it seems that in the past, however long, probably 200-300 years from a historical standpoint, whether Saruman's been around that time or not, you're not exactly certain. There has been a growing complacency. And we can get to some of the political ramifications, because I'm getting away from myself. The symbol is a phoenix, bursting into new life, back to the Golden Age, yada yada. We have Alman approaching the guild hall, this opulent, multi-storied guild hall, adorned in dark woods, almost regal, deep red paints, gold filigree accents, white wood accents, imposing, even intimidating in a beautiful, opulent, majestic sort of way. It is a building that probably cost as much to construct as the rest of the town. Or at least the original town. There has been a lot of new and rather expensive construction in the past couple months. Now that this place has seen some economic growth, there are some new, much nicer buildings in one of the newer, higher society districts of Dupont. Getting away from myself again, we have Alman approaching the guild hall. There's a sand pit out front where Aquila is probably training again. You would see her two large. Actually, at this point, she's probably using practice scimitars, because you don't really want to use your real stuff in a practice fight. You'd wind up chopping Eula in half. Sparring with Eula or practicing forms on various wooden dummies or whatnot. There is a garden. The whole yard is encompassed by a low, well-designed stone fence, accented by very well-kept shrubbery and bushes and whatnot. There is a garden of a multitude of fragrant and vibrant flowers. and a number of outbuildings that are just as well built, just as magnificent as the main guild hall itself. And we'll say you get up to this front door, this phoenix inlaid white wood and gold door, which is probably the most expensive door you've seen since leaving your hometown, your home province. And you can march yourself inside.
Yeah. So I suppose I would sort of look confusedly at the state of the extremely expensive, opulent building compared to the shoddily hand drawn flyer
Yes.
and the mercenary halls that I'm used to gathering in. And I'm going to timidly knock at the door, which is probably a resounding clobbering of this door.
The main door, the front door, or Regina's office?
The front door.
Okay. Yeah, you timidly, though forcefully because of your size, knock at this door, and you just make out through the other side, presumably from a distance away, and through this thick wood. You can barely make out. Hello? Come in? I'll be right.
Yeah, I'll push the door open.
You open up the door just as you see Regina, this middle-aged human woman, her gray hair done up in a slightly stylized bun, very simple clothes, walk out of an office not far from the front door. There is a sort of reception desk that still doesn't really have anybody manning it. And she comes out and looks up at you. Hello, I'm Regina, of the People's Ascension. I see you have one of our flyers there. It's been a while since
yes.
we've. Sorry, you are?
I was wondering if this was the right place or not. Yes, I am Omen Kjartar. I found your flyer and seems like a place that I would like to provide my services.
Well, I'm certain we could make use of those services. It's an interesting accent. Where are you from?
West.
Right. Well. Yes. Come in. She motions to her office. We'll get some paperwork filled out, and there's a few bands that could use an extra set of hands. We'll see which one you fit into.
Perfect. Do you want me to take my boots off?
She looks down at your boots. Are they like covered in mud and disgusting?
Probably.
Yes. We'll get those cleaned for you. And she kind of looks around like, wait, I don't actually have somebody to do that. Yes, let's we'll talk. So you are brought into her office.
Duck under the threshold of the door.
Probably. Much like Aquila, Aquila would also have to probably crouch down a little bit or bend over a little bit. Almond too is of the large size and has to duck down a little bit. Because I know your backstory, and the audience nor the rest of our players do, I'm going to. We can talk about what you divulge to Regina off camera, and have your character building happen with the rest of the group. But I assume that you do go through the official motions of presenting yourself as a member of the Arcane Census. You are licensed. You are official.
Yep.
So Laureen is also brought into that meeting, and you meet her, the young Asmar woman. There are introductions there. They get a general understanding of who you are and what you will bring to the table, and the amount of experience that you have. And you can see when you can tell when this conversation first starts that she was probably considering signing you up with one of the less experienced groups, and then she realizes that you've been through a bit already, and you can go through whatever it is you divulge to her, and eventually at the end of the meeting, she would open up the door and lead you out. I think I have just the group for you. I'll let them explain, but I think you'll be a good addition. I hope. They could certainly use someone like you.
Perfect. I hope to be able to put my expertise to use.
Very good. It's a much needed attitude. Yeah, I'll round them up for you. She kind of leans past past your chest, probably. I'd say over your shoulder, but really past your chest, and speaks into the sort of cafeteria, the more tavern-like room on the other side of the guild hall, and shouts over to the cook in there, Geordie, a sort of equally middle-aged, darker-skinned man, human, real tight cut but curly gray hair, rather short, kind of spindly, but always has a beaming smile on him. Um, Geordie, see to it this gentleman is well fed. And Geordie smiles and then looks over at you and seemingly heads back into the kitchen to start preparing. Take a seat. We do have a keg on tap, I suppose. Help yourself. I'll round up some people I'd like you to meet.
Perfect. Thank you.
So it'll be a few minutes before Regina can round everybody up. You can see as you go into this tavern area, you can see it's actually her who stops and looks down at your boots, shrugs and picks them up and walks outside. So now that you are here and seemingly have free range of the amenities of this place, do you eat them out of house and home and down this keg, or are you a more reserved guest?
Not until I see anyone else doing anything. This is a far nicer establishment than I'm used to dining in. Until I see someone else partake, I'm not going to divulge my usual sensibilities.
Right. You can tell there's a sort of recognition in some of their eyes, like they've seen somebody of your stature before who wrecked this room like a few months ago, like half a year ago. So Geordie eventually brings out like 3 or 4 heaping plates of stuff, and like gets the largest tankard he has and fills it up and heads over to you and seemingly goes about his business for the next couple minutes and checks in and looks surprised that there's still largely untouched food on this table and that the place isn't a complete mess. But eventually Regina comes to each of you wherever you are. This is only a day or two since the meeting. You were told not to go anywhere, so you're just sort of out and about. Goes to your various rooms or collects you from the grounds or the outbuildings to come meet a potential comrade, a newcomer, and you are led into the Guildhall, led into this tavern area. And sitting on one side of a table with heaping plates full of roasted meats and root vegetables, probably a large bowl of a stew or a soup, a thick soup of some kind, like 2 whole loaves of bread and a small bucket of butter. There's a small feast on this table. And sitting across from that, you see.
So yeah, you see this fairly large, even in a sitting down position. He probably is about 5.5, 6 feet tall. He's a very pale, white skinned, almost blue in hue. Um, it doesn't seem to have any hair whatsoever, but across his face and the top of his head, there are these black tribal-like tattoos. Uh, Various scars across him. He looks a little haggard and war-torn. His eyes, a deep, almost deep gray, almost black. Uh, he's wearing pretty much a set of full plate armor that looks not very well maintained, but definitely has seen combat. A a round wooden shield across his back and a long sword at his hip. Uh, he sees everyone walk in and makes a display to stand up and has to watch his head from hitting the rafters. He's probably about 9 feet tall. It's probably hard to say.
Do I know what he is?
I would say actually, if it doesn't mess with your own headcanon expectations, that your race is very just slightly smaller than standard Goliaths. I'm not sure if I mentioned that in any of our previous conversations, but Aquila is what, around 8 feet.
Yeah, just a little over 7.5.
Yeah. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, once you get over 8 feet, you're actually technically a large creature. I don't remember if it's 8 feet or not.
Just going by your character creation guide, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I might have changed that. We will say that you are very certainly nearing 9 feet tall. You are at least 8.5 feet tall. We'll say that, and I believe it was mentioned previously that Aquila was not necessarily the tallest of her people. She's certainly
No.
taller than normal people, not Goliaths.
I mean, she's a little up on average.
Yeah, you're not
but
the
not
runt, but you're not the
significantly.
tallest.
Right.
Whereas Omen is probably one of the tallest of his people. And actually, Aquila, go ahead and roll me a history check to see if you know anything about these people. You are from 2 drastically different sides of the world.
Yeah,
Well, continent.
but history. Probably not.
Yes, you can. I mean, you don't know much about these people. You know that he is, I mean, most likely not a standard human. Standard humans don't get this big.
Right.
And he's not Goliath. The skin color, at the very least, doesn't match, and he has hair. So he's not a regular Goliath, but you can tell just by the stature, just by the build, that he has, at some very distant point in his racial history, some kind of giant blood in it. Let me actually ask Ander for a history roll as well, because you are more familiar with this region than Aquila is. No. Or, you would think
Nope.
you would be. Uh,
Oh.
not a lot of communication between your nation and his. Can't really pick up on it, but I mean,
I was like, yeah,
really,
+5. This will go well. Nope.
I mean,
Okay.
I would say you don't really know anything about his people. You don't know much about what was going on there. You do know, however, that the nation, not far from Estia, where you grew up, um, a bit west from Race, so it was a ways away from you. You don't know a lot about its history or its politics, but you know there are a people up in that region somewhere that are giant-blooded, particularly ice giant-blooded, frost giant-blooded. He's probably a Rom from the province of Romvir.
Mhm. That's what I thought.
But you don't really know anything
Forgot about
about the
this.
Rom as a people or a race.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like in Giant Aquila is gonna be like, hello, cousin.
So this big guy in front of you sort of cocks his head and squints his eyes a bit. And I don't know if I have many cousins, but it is nice to meet all of you.
Get it. Look at Akio, look at him. Ooh.
It is a general term.
Nice to meet you.
Yes,
My name's Ander.
apologize. My name is Omen. Regina said that I would be a good fit to join you.
Regina is, of course, there. She came in to introduce you to each other. Yes, Omen here. Kjartar, was it? Kjartar?
Yes,
Yeah,
Carter.
Kjart. I'll work on the pronunciation. Omen here. Well, he's already met with Laureen. I know you have. She kind of looks nervously over at Omen, not wanting to, I guess, scare him away. Chooses her words carefully. There's a vacancy open in your normal traveling band, and I think he would fill a similar role to what's uh, recently become a shortcoming. Um, as I think everyone can tell, he has some experience in combat. He is he has studied under the census to some degree. I'll let him introduce himself, but I know there's not much you are all tasked with doing right now. So it may be some time before if we actually formally send you out anywhere. But I think this would be the best group for your speaking to him and for your level of experience. Um, and I think you could provide an interesting worldview to the rest of the group. I hope you all get along. Um, I'm going to go back to the several mountains of paperwork that I am doing. Um, let me know if you need anything, either of you. I'll let you get to know each other.
I appreciate your hospitality.
She does a shallow bow and begins to turn around and leave, stops, looks back, walks over to the table and sheepishly picks up a turkey leg and walks out.
Skipped lunch.
Yep.
Probably.
Yep.
We make a lot of work for her.
I mean, her office is right across from the door to this tavern area, and you can see she takes her turkey leg and sits down on behind her large, opulent dark wood desk. And there are just stacks of paperwork. There's more on the floor. There's a couple large tomes open. Um, Various different stylized quills set up in a number of ink wells, an equally large set of like stamps that she like wax stamps that she has to use. Um, and she probably sees one or two of you looking over and stands back up and kind of sheepishly closes her office door.
Did she wave back at me at least?
Well, to close her double-sided door, she actually sticks the turkey leg in her mouth and closes the door, and she kind of nods in your direction with a turkey leg sticking out of her mouth and closes the door.
Works.
Very dignified group.
She's a fighter, not a bureaucrat. What do you want from her?
Exactly that, honestly. Exactly what she is.
So, the 5 of you now in the room. What are you guys doing?
So what do you do?
Well, I am, I would say, fairly skilled with a blade.
I would hope so if you're carrying one.
I have traveled and worked with many mercenary companies on the road. Your name is
Akila.
Hmm,
I'm from the south.
ah, I'm from west of here, a ways.
I would imagine so.
Equally super vague, super general terms.
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine Anders just sitting here, kind of like staring at these two, like massive beings, almost having like a giant off. It seems like.
Well, not competition, literally just asking questions.
Mhm.
I know it's just the phrasing of this weird person, like almost standoffish.
Eh,
Like, well,
she
as I
said
said,
you...
so,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, my name's Ander. That gesture
I'll hold,
to
hold
the other.
out hold out a hand to you awkwardly,
I'll
thinking
shake
you're
it.
gonna yeah.
Just gonna shake the entire person.
Yeah, probably.
Very, very large hand. It really articulates your whole wrist to shoulder area.
Feel that tomorrow.
And Polly's also gonna reach out for a handshake. That just looks cool. This hand's probably huge, so she wants to shake it.
Very large.
My name is Tolly. I am from East.
Ah,
Of
yes.
course,
I like directionality. It's good to meet you, Tully.
Nice to meet you.
I guess Sevgi, being the tiniest, and she reaches out for her hand as well. um, Sevgi, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Like what?
Kind of awkwardly, because she's like,
Yeah, Sevgi is a little over like half his size.
exactly.
Your eye level is probably like lower chest to him.
On a good day.
Yeah.
What brought you this far out?
Hmm. It's a fair story to tell. Um, being perfectly honest, I just keep moving east. I'm not running from something necessarily, but I don't want my past to catch up with
Alright.
Yeah, I feel like that tends to be common in this line of work.
me.
can do more than just swing a sword if you're registered with the census.
Yes, that I can. You were sparring earlier, I saw, as I came in. Perhaps after we
Yes.
finish a meal, he sort of gestures to the bountiful feast that's on the table.
Yeah.
Is this normal amount of food?
No.
Seems quite,
It is a
Probably just
lot.
didn't know how much you would need, so they decided to, better safe than sorry.
I
The
suppose we
last
can help
time
you.
someone of your size was in here, they put away quite a bit.
Yeah, he did.
I think the chef was trying to take preemptive measures. But I haven't had lunch yet, so you gotta sit down with Omen.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably we'll sit and take the other turkey.
We're all sitting down for lunch.
All right.
Probably a couple turkeys.
I suppose I can show you some of what I can do here without doing anything crazy, and I'll sort of snap my fingers and whistle slightly as a fairly large black raven apparates and lands on his shoulder. I'll just sort of grab, tear off a piece of bread and feed it to this bird.
You have a familiar?
What's your bird's name?
Yes,
What's his name?
Simon.
That was a really bad crow impression. I will work on that. Raven impression. It calls
Yeah,
in
they were rather croaky.
response. Yep. I've been talking a lot today.
No criticism of you, Jack.
And sorry, what did you say the crow's name was?
Their name is Savin.
Simon.
And I think technically this is just the form that they have taken. There's something beyond a raven, something. Anyway, I am a bearer of some amounts of magic. It helps me more efficiently to use my blade.
Fair enough.
I believe we knew someone previously who was attempting to pursue that path. I think he called it being an arcane knight or something like that.
Eldritch Knight.
Eldritch Knight.
I believe that was a school of study. Mine is similar, I suppose.
I forgot about Saba. Saba was great.
He was. Saba was great.
In my home province, I was trained from a young child to be a soldier. And that's where I learned most of my combat skills. Later on, I met someone who showed me a different path. And through him, I joined the census and began, well, my arcane studies. Hopefully I can be of some use to you.
Sure you can.
Yes, I'm sure once we've been released from house arrest, those skills will prove very useful.
Yes, so how long are we to be grounded?
It's a few days.
I have no idea.
She has no idea, but for us, it's just a few days.
Rude.
I mean, you said it.
You weren't there for that conversation.
It's
Oh,
made its
never mind,
round in
I didn't say
gossip.
that.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
I
With,
suppose
with Rennick on the premises, it's gotten around.
Oh
Not
yeah.
unless he was there listening to it.
Rennick's a sneaky
Could've been.
guy.
Riddick hears everything.
No.
I suppose then that means that there are different organizations at play here.
Yes.
Yes.
Are
In the
any,
Empire or their
are any of you students of my ilk? He sort of looks at Ander, looks at Sepki.
Told you not to dress like a wizard.
By ilk, I assume you're referring to the census?
I wish Owen's insight was as good as mine is. It's a very pointed question. No, simply the manipulation of the arcane weave for combat. I can tell, and he nods in Sepki's direction, that you have some experience with the weave.
Most of us have some
That tattoo kind of
ability.
gives you away.
I suppose so.
Most of us have some ability for that. She, pointing at Tolly, that she can as well.
I cast loud on a spoon.
Under normal circumstances, I can
Bright
swap
and
it for
shiny.
some.
The tavern area is awash in golden light as a whole campfire condensed into the size of this spoon head is suddenly illuminated in Tali's hand. Jordy kind of looks up from the counter like, what is...
I wave at him with the spoon in my hand. Hi, Jordy.
And it's just head and palms.
Yep.
I mean, it could have been shattered.
Reaches over and pats up.
Not again.
I dropped the spell.
Reaches over and just pats Tolly on the shoulder.
She likes to show off sometimes.
I like to demonstrate.
Well, there's nothing wrong with showing off a little bit. I wasn't saying it in a bad way.
Demonstrating.
Sometimes it's easier to show than it is to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, I believe there was mention of a sporting match. This I kind of want to see.
All right.
Come on, don't tell me you haven't wanted a little more interesting exercise.
Watch two.
After we finish our meal.
Yeah, might help to have a cleric on duty just in case.
We'll be using
yes.
practice weapons.
Yeah, still get bruises and stuff, broken bones if you hit somebody hard enough.
It's always good to have a priest in the party.
True.
I'm not sure. Is she even ordained as a priest?
Haven't gotten that far yet.
No.
No.
I mean, she is officially a representative of her faith, but she does not lead a congregation in a brick and mortar church.
She can't marry people.
I mean, yeah,
Did I?
she could.
I
Yeah.
know.
Cool.
You can. I mean, you'd have to go through some paperwork. I mean, but Yeah, I mean, you could.
There's a spell for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Um,
right. There is.
I mean, that's not
I cast
usually
marriage.
the purview of the Church of Archilage, but I mean,
You're right.
technically it
Yeah,
can be
probably
done.
not. I mean, I'm sure, like, if you're in a bind and need to get married immediately and can't find any other
Maybe
Yeah, you
clerics,
know,
elves
if
might
your boat
prefer.
is sinking and you're both gonna die.
Maybe elves might prefer a cleric of Lywena.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
the circumstance can arise, certainly. But we are getting off topic.
Yes, we are.
As you complete your meal, is there any more particular conversation you want to have?
Probably the only other thing that Omen would ask about is he would. I hear that your previous mission, you lost someone.
Mm. We did.
I hope that wound closes quickly.
Thank you.
Things get a little awkward towards the end of the meal there. You finish up the last little scraps of the food, and there probably still is a little bit more left on the table when you decide to leave. If partially because you are done eating, and partially because the conversation has definitely gone awkward, and let's move on to something else. So, do we want to head outside to the practice pit and see what you two are made of?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, are my boots somewhere to be found?
yes, your boots are actually placed just outside of Regina's office door, and they are clean. They're not polished or anything, but it looks like they were like scrubbed off with a brush, a thick brush. But
I
uh,
will don my boots.
okay, you do so.
Yep.
Yeah. So as not to draw this out into a half-hour PvP session, this is largely going to be narrative, you demonstrating what you can do rather than, I mean, unless either of you want to, rather than blatantly trying to best one another. Unless you think that's where you would be going. Are you
I mean,
demonstrating or are you
except for
asserting a certain?
Goliath.
Well,
Competition is one of their things.
that is true. That is true. But is this like I'm the big dog in the group here? Are either of you trying to vie for dominance?
That wasn't Omen's.
It wasn't.
Omen's fault here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wasn't mine either.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, competition, usually friendly competition, is highly respected in both of those cultures. Um,
Oh yeah.
so yeah, it's definitely going to be. It's more than just like shadow boxing and like pretend hitting. Like you guys are making full contact, but I'm not gonna break it down to one of you clearly wins and one of you is knocked on their ass. Um, but let's have both of you sort of describe your fighting style. Describe this short combat you were going through.
Well, from Omen's point, he would draw out his sword, sort of stick it in the ground, and go look for a practice long sword
Mhm.
that was balanced his way. Take off the buckler and equip that to his left arm, and the beginning of his combat would be uh, strictly martial until he got a better feel for what Aquila was doing.
Okay. What is Aquila doing?
Um. Well, she's got a pair of practice, probably short swords. Um. Unless they have something shaped more like a scimitar.
Yeah, yeah. Knowing that
Okay,
you have the weapons you have, Habrick has probably created a practice set of scimitars for you.
cool, because those are longer than short swords.
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah, get those, and uh, she is sticking strictly to martial because she's not supposed to do other things right now.
That's true.
So no, she literally has to stick to it. She doesn't have to, but she's going to.
Hmm.
But yeah, she's using the scimitars and probably sort of trying out what she's been working on and trying to develop new style, which is keeping the swords a bit closer to her body so she can use more of her weight against the blows or into the blows.
Hmm.
But if things start to get hairy, she's going to go back to the more familiar style with full arm extensions and such. Um, but trying to be more aggressive in her fighting.
Hmm. Yeah, so for a bit there, while this opening bout is happening, um, you kind of are just kind of judging each other's proficiency. But eventually, sort of out of nowhere, on the flip of a switch or whatnot, Aquila drops into a much less defensible position and just throws all of her weight and her energy at you in a much more aggressive fashion than she previously had been, kind of throwing you off center. And in the course of that, Aquila definitely takes some wallops from you, but she does manage to maneuver and actually put a lot of force behind these dulled weapons. And while her fighting style is definitely riskier, uh, I mean, you're definitely gonna feel that tomorrow. Any
Yeah,
any fancy maneuvers from either of you besides?
uh, probably the biggest thing you'd notice with Omen, at least initially, he was just doing standard. I don't know you. I'm just gonna play on the defensive sparring style. But you do notice, in a similar fashion to Aquila, he's wearing plate armor and knows how to use a shield.
Mhm.
So once he realizes that Aquila is going all out, he's gonna take the defensive down too, because he doesn't
Well,
he
he
doesn't
thinks he's going
particularly
all out.
right
Mhm.
when her style changes.
Hmm.
Uh, he takes a less defensible approach and lets his armor do the dodging, so to speak.
Mhm.
Uh,
But
yeah, he's a
but no fancy
it's gonna be
magics.
hard to hit. Probably not.
Okay.
Seeing that Aquila isn't using any, uh, probably sensing that there's something more that she could be doing.
Hmm.
Uh, he's going to keep the playing field level.
Yeah, I want both of you to roll insight checks on each other.
Uh, oh,
Okay. Yeah. Uh, you guys are still very much trying to gauge how much each of you are actually putting into this. And you're really not sure whether either of your opponents are putting 100% or not. Um,
I
if
mean,
there's things that you can do that have not been described, but it's
I
definitely
probably have some
a
suspicion because he's registered with the arcane
yeah,
census and
yeah,
he's not pulling out magic tricks.
exactly, yes. Um,
But yeah, I also know that I'm sort of one hand behind the back in a way. So
yeah.
Doesn't seem fair for me to call him out on it.
There's suspicions on both of you, even with those roles, that there's probably more to what you can do. You're just not sure, like, this person's definitely going easy on me, or they're definitely holding back, or they got so much more to them. It's just a little, all right, we're just practicing, we're just sparring. We'll leave it at this until, shit hits the fan. So that goes on for a little bit. Like I said, this isn't going to go on until somebody is beaten to immobilization. But you spar for a bit. Each of you takes your lumps and delivers a few on each other. And there is an understanding that comes from two people fighting each other. Maybe not a bond just yet, but an understanding. There is definitely martial competence to both of you, and at least that you can respect. So, unless there is anything more Alman would like to bring up, I think we'll skip to a more nebulous flow of time and progress the next few weeks as we see what happens. But Alman, is there anything more?
Yeah, unless anybody else has some stuff, he'd probably, stick around and train. It's pretty obvious that he's going to get stir crazy pretty quickly. He's kind of a I'm always on the move, always doing something kind of person. So if he's not sleeping or eating, he is in the training pits. Uh, you still probably don't see him do much in the way of magic when he's out there, but yeah, he's not trying to blow a crater into the sparring pit or anything.
Right.
So it's more of the same.
Do you ever inquire about a tour of the town?
I would prefer to take him on one.
Yeah, if somebody asked him about it, he probably wouldn't say no, but he's not gonna. He's just sort of waiting for that missive to here's your task, go do it.
Right. So I think in the next couple days, Regina notices that you need something to do, and she offers to have somebody show you about town. And you wait for a little bit, and shortly after, this shorter, kind of scrawny, scraggly-haired kid comes through the door. Hurriedly rushes into the door, leans up against the door frame, and just starts like Thumper Rabbit tapping his foot rapidly on the ground.
Bastard.
Like this guy just cannot ever stand still. And you are introduced to Tammin. And this boy, he's probably 14, 15, somewhere around there. Younger than even the youngest adventurers you have found here, and you would have been introduced to the chance encounters, which we will get to at some point, I'm sure. Maybe not this session, but at some point. And some of the younger members of the group. Eula, of course, who has been sparring with Aquila. Tammin is younger than any of these, but he is just full of energy. And he talks very rapidly to you. Yes, hello. Oh, you are a big guy. You are a very big guy. I wonder. Yes, let's find out. I am going to show you around town. This is a great town. It's fantastic. It's gotten a lot better recently. I got a lot to show you. A lot more than I showed them. They've been here for a while. I think I could still show them a lot of stuff. I mean, there is a lot of stuff. Here, come. I'm gonna... And he just bolts out the door. Come on. He screams from the hedges surrounding the place.
All right, I'll slowly follow him.
Okay, you're not sprinting to try to keep up. Okay,
No.
yeah. So you see this kid sort of dart ahead a block and then stop, kind of huff and like bounce around a little bit while you lumber your way past, and he gives you a very quick explanation of various areas in town. Takes you to the nicer district. takes you to various shopping centers, takes you down to the docks, takes you down to takes you over to the cemetery. You walk by a vacant lot near the cemetery where Tammin very hurriedly explains how there was a mysterious fire here that happened about a year ago. Not really sure exactly what happened, but it was probably, I mean, it was a big mess. It was, I mean, something happened. Everyone's super hush-hushed, but it was a big friggin' mess. I mean, just fire everywhere, but yet it was still just right here. Very strange. Very strange. Moving on. And it bolts around. And probably only because you are making the effort not to keep up with him, this tour takes the better part of the day. So that at least
So
gives you something to do.
at some point, if he ever stops for a second, I would like to ask him.
Yeah,
Have you
yeah, what do
ever
you want?
wondered what it would be like to go faster?
Yes, I'm always trying to go faster.
Do you want to?
Yeah. What do you got? What do you got?
He grabs the medallion that hangs around his neck and puts his hand on his shoulder, and I cast haste on Tammin.
Okay.
Oh my
Beautiful.
god.
I'm so happy it went there.
So you know
That's
that
how
episode of
you get
Futurama when Fry drinks 100 coffees? Yeah, you cast haste on this kid, and he's always kind of bouncing about and swaying back and forth and tapping his foot, and you cast haste on him, and he just starts to vibrate. And his eyes go wide, and he gets this, like, almost sadistic smile on his face. Thank you! And just bolts. So that's probably the end of your tour, at least for a bit. He's going to do a couple laps of the town.
That might be the end of Tammin.
It only lasts for a minute.
He's
It doesn't, like,
Oh, what a minute it will be.
not used to the speed and just runs smack forward into the town wall and it's just splat.
Not that bad.
Nah,
I
nah.
hope not.
He's
Uh,
gonna get trapped in the Speed Force.
no, but you very quickly lose track of Tammin, and he's gone. You don't hear from him for the rest of the day. Whether he was done with your tour or not, I mean, he's gone. He's out of there.
Hey, so when earlier, when he first introduced himself to me and he first saw me,
Mhm.
did he make any indication that he recognized me or someone like me?
Meaning your race?
Correct.
Yes, actually. When he looked up and he was like, "You're a big guy. Yeah, you are. I wonder." Mm-hmm. Yeah, you kind of get he put two and two together. He knows generally who you are. Make an insight check actually for Tammin.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Yeah, for somebody seemingly so young and so juvenile, impulsive, you can see there's definitely a sort of worldliness behind his probably trained to be doe-like eyes. There's definitely some recognition in his face, and the whirring of cogs in his head as he swiftly susses out who you are, where you're probably from, the implications of what that means.
Cool. I'll think to myself about that, and as I walk around town, I'll make a pointed effort to. It's unlikely, but I'm going to be keeping my wits about me if I see anybody else from Rumbeer.
Okay. I will tell you right now, you do not see anybody else from Romveer.
Uh,
At least in your immediate walk about town. As you walk back towards the center of town, not long after you set Taman out to do whatever he's about to do, not long after you hear the shrill of a woman's cry, not in pain or just bewilderment, a fright perhaps. You hear a woman scream, and you sort of, with a bit more haste than usual, peek down around the corner, and you see a woman kind of holding her backside, and Taman shooting off in the other direction with a loaf of bread, just grinning wide-eyed.
Look
Anyway.
what you what? You need a monster.
Anyway, yes, you can make it back to the guild hall, and continue your pursuit of boredom as the rest of the crew is under house arrest.
Will do.
Okay. So we had some nice group fun there. We introduced our newest character. Let's step back again at this point and look at what everybody is doing individually in the time you have. I would say, unbeknownst to your characters, but letting you know as players, you have about 45, 50 days or so of downtime. At the very least, that you feel confident making plans for. And a few days pass, and everybody but Aquila is given permission to, sure, go out and do your thing. Just, we'll be in touch. There are people in the guild who have various ways of communicating with you. So just, be on the lookout for strange voices in the back of your head, and come back when we call for you.
Wait, what do you know?
What do you? Yeah.
Who told you?
Yep.
They've known all along.
Okay. So you guys have some downtime to spend. What would you like to do with yourself for the next few weeks?
I guess since Akila can't go anywhere, she's just going to be studying a lot.
Okay. Studying.
And let's say, because there was couple proficiencies she was working on.
Yes. So I believe we have discussed that you
Yes.
are spending most of your time working on your herbalism training.
Yeah.
You want to acquire some proficiency in using your herbalism kit, because I believe you already are proficient in alchemy, and the two are very closely related.
Yeah.
So you're going to be spending some time with the resident physician here, Gemzia. Another older human lady, not nearly as old looking as Lady Stavica, but older than Regina. Another very kind, if sort of timid, older woman. Very knowledgeable
Nice change.
in what she does, but very humble about it. And you are, of course, not her only student. She is also teaching Ilori the various skills of alchemy and herbalism and medicine and whatnot. She is a healer by mundane trade rather than divine magics. She can make the poultices and salves, and to some degree lesser enchanted potions, though potions are, in my setting, a more arcanely creative substance rather than purely mixing together a few reagents. So you spend most of your time actually getting to know Ilori better. Another one of the young people you rescued from the swamp hag over in Race, which was quite an event. The same place where they rescued Eula and who who will later meet Lalir. Lalir and Alori are brother and sister, twins, in fact. And Ilori is not of the adventurer persuasion. So she's going to stay at home. She's going to stay, or I should say, back at the Guildhall. She's going to stay studying with Jimzia and learning the trade to keep the other adventurers, and namely her brother, from, well, at least tending the wounds. Not so much preventing them, but at least fixing them when they come home broken. So you will spend several hours every day for the next couple weeks learning herbalism, and probably rotating from, book study and practical stuff of learning herbalism to switching it up and training with Eula and doing your own scimitar practice.
Yeah.
So most of your time is already spoken for right there, unless there is anything more particular you want to address.
Otherwise, I'm mostly just waiting for the hammer to drop.
Yes.
Yeah, that court martial is going to take a little bit.
Yes. That is definitely a discussion.
Funny.
You do notice in an almost comical fashion, every now and then you notice Lady Staviko just peering out of doorways or looking from the window, just barely drawing the curtain, eyeing at you.
At some point, it stops being intimidating and just starts getting funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, laugh when you see it and see how she takes it.
I'm not going to guffaw at it, but it's one of those where after a bit, it's like, okay.
She is clearly making effort to let you know that she is watching you.
Yeah, I figured.
She also clearly makes it evident that she has sent a few missives over to the church and to Adderhast and the rest of your pack.
Yeah.
That woman needs a hobby.
She has a hobby. It's messing with Keela.
Keela is her hobby.
She needs a more productive hobby.
Well, we'll see how productive it is. But yes, we are going to have to wrap back around to Aquila. So, what does everybody else?
Another week.
Maybe not.
Oh, okay.
I want to establish where things are going within the next half hour, 45 minutes. We will probably be running for the audience out there to about 7 o'clock. That's our usual wrap up point, and we'll play around with the length of these streams, because I know 5 hours is still on the long side for some people. But if everyone's enjoying it and wants to stick around, 2 to 7 is our normal reach there. Anyway, coming back from the fourth wall, let's see, who else has things they want to do in the next few weeks? Well, I know each of you has things you want to do in the next few weeks. Who wants to take the spotlight?
I'll let you seem like you're ready. If not, I can.
Well, if you insist. So what Tali is going to do is, well, for the few days that she's, stuck in house arrest, she's just gonna like self-study her Elvish so she can learn Elvish. And then when she's free to go, she's probably gonna head up to, I think it's in Kirkwind where Hodgin Ray lives, and just kind of hang out with him for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna spend a few weeks up in Cairquin, one of the capitals of Genavium. The home province of the Genavian Empire actually has 3 capitals. This is a very complex bureaucratic government with a lot of redundancies and overlaps. So there are 3 capitals. Cairquin is one of them, and Tali previously met a clearly old elven man, and for an elf to be clearly old, that means they are very, quite old. I did reduce the lifespan of elves in my setting from, what is it, like 800 to 1,000 years in standard handbook time, but elves still live a good 5 centuries. So he's up there. Very, very kind, wise, elderly elven man. He is presumably not the head of the Church of Leywena there, but is a prominent clergyman of the church. And that is, of course, built within the Elven Arcology district of Caerquin. So in a number of the large cities, the elves, I don't want to say segregate by any means, but they tend to band together and they create a sort of little Estia, which is the Elven province, Estia, little Estia district in these larger cities, and build arcologies. These large, at least compared to the surrounding superstructures, that are sort of inward facing, very communal, and very much in line with the teachings of Arcology and Leywena to integrate nature in various extents to the civilized aspect of construction and architecture and whatnot. So there are in Caerquin there are a number of sort of tiered towers that look sort of like segmented hills, very, very thin but tall hills, um, that are built, that are constructed, that are clearly architecture, but each one has vertical gardens along the walls. There are thin balconies of grass and other small gardens around the outside, and these large structures are basically self-contained communities. They're like large apartments, but if you didn't have to leave the apartment to go to the grocery store or to go to work, they are self-encapsulated, very self-sufficient, and very eco-friendly communities. And it's not just elves. There are plenty of other races that live there. They're certainly not barred. It doesn't require invitation. So there's a number of likewise minded individuals of all kinds of races that live and work there together and tend the gardens and tend to the architecture. And there are a number of these hills that are actually connected by bridges that are, of course, wood and stone bridges, but instead of walking across a cobblestone bridge, that bridge part has been filled with a good couple feet of soil and grass. So it's like walking on a suspended narrow park from one arcology tower to the next. I would love to get art of this made, and I will post more snippets of what these arcologies are when I get to actual like lore drops and codex drops. But arcologies, for anyone who doesn't know, are a real thing, or at least a theorized architectural concept that I suggest you look up. They're very interesting. And I've tried to incorporate them into the elvish mentality of this world. So you spend some time with Hadram Ray, elderly elven man, who teaches you not only the language of Elvish, the ancestral racial language of Elvish, but also tries to get you to calm down and slow down and start thinking like an elf, because you don't live to be 70 years old, you live to be 470 years old. You can calm down.
Can she though?
She'll get there eventually. There's momentum there that
Yeah.
she needs to work off.
But just as before, Hadram Ray will give you a lesson, give you a passage to read, or give you a lecture, And then he continues on and basically gives you that same passage or lecture or whatnot, just worded slightly differently.
So redundant.
Yes. You probably think of it as redundant. He's probably trying to teach you to think of it as looking at the same thing from many different perspectives.
Or slightly different perspectives.
Yeah. But yes, after a while, your mind does wander. You do get a little bored until he gets onto the next subject, and then I imagine you are right back into things. So it'll take a while to get through this study, if only because he's teaching you in an elven way, in a way that actually probably a little quicker, a little more truncated than even he's comfortable with, because you keep pushing him to go faster. You would imagine the lessons that he's trying to teach you, he would teach you over the course of 50 years. And you're trying to get it done in 50 weeks. Yeah. Or less. Presumably less, but very expedited education from an elven standpoint.
Yeah, and not only is it like does she want to focus on like the elven language and culture, she wants to also look at specifically like arcology, life and structure, and get like ideas from that.
Yeah, very self-contained
Especially in
and
there.
very self-sufficient. That being one of the core tenets of elven society, to be self-sufficient, to be multi-skilled, to be able to take care of yourself and take care of others. It's not only about taking care of yourself, but taking care of the community. There's a lot of overlap, a lot of redundancy. You can even consider it from a more human perspective. But for the most part, whatever they need, except for like commodities and exotic materials and large quantities of building stuff, they can get within the arcology. Almost everybody has a personal garden, and what they don't grow in their personal garden, they can trade with other people who grow different things in their own personal gardens. There are people who are artists and teachers and potters and cobblers and all of these professions that exist within each of these towers. Um, and arcology life is very communal, very not so much insular from a society standpoint, but self-sufficient. Um, and in that note, along those lines, arcologies are usually quite large because the more people you have contributing to the community, the better that community will be. The more resources you will have, the more diverse resources you can have. But you probably do spend a couple hours every day just walking through this park-infused community, this tiered apartment complex littered with gardens and pathways and different towers and whatnot. These arcologies, especially, there is a tower temple to Arcolage, to Lewena, with a smaller dedication to Sethrocles, a tower on top of one of these large hills that is clearly the tallest thing. The second highest point in the Carquin capital. The highest point, of course, being the Empress's palace up on the palatial hill here, which, I mean, probably largely goes unused because the Empress spends most of her time in the first capital of Genovium, but it's there. It is used for other dignitaries and senators and whatnot. It's kind of like the White House, as it's a personal residence and a workspace. But that tower, the Arcolage Tower, there is the second highest place. You can see all about the city except for where it's blocked by the palatial hill. And even looking out over the walls, you can see the Rousseron River wrapping back down towards Dupont, though Dupont is well off in the distance at this point, as you're several days horse ride from there. But it's a beautiful view from the top of one of these arcologies. The flower gardens and other more productive gardens, and just green spaces interwoven between the fine architecture of elven communities, and then looking out across the sunset of the city and into the horizon is a beautiful sight to behold.
Cool.
So you will spend the next few weeks hanging out with Hadram Ray, learning Elvish, learning the culture, and keeping a keen eye out for how this arcology is designed. There's some gears working in your head.
Yep.
Let's see.
The DuPont arcology is only a matter of time.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean,
And money.
the one of these sections of the Carriquin arcology is probably 3 or 4 times the population of DuPont itself.
Fair.
But yes, Tali has expressed in a sort of fleeting, sort of what if kind of sort of maybe way that you might want to build something like this eventually in the future, make a sort of Tali arcology somewhere.
Yeah. Solid ecology.
Talicology. Yep.
Yep. I was trying to get there.
I was almost there, but
Yep.
I was muted.
Okay. Stephanie, what do you got? What are you working on? Sevgi.
So Sebby's probably gonna stay put in Dupont. She's clearly too far from home, so
Yes.
So I guess she's gonna try and Hmm. Facts, I had a couple of things in mind, but well, I guess she's gonna kind of stay put and try and hone her skills a little bit with both her magic and her fighting abilities as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in a strange turn of events, sort of kind of surprise to Aquila, Almin, some of the more younger, martially focused characters of your group, adventurers. After a few days, Sevgi kind of discreetly, perhaps even sheepishly, makes her way over to the sand pit out front, grabs a practice staff, and heads over to one of the training dummies and starts working on her form.
Do you want to practice against an actual moving target? Because it's all well and good to hit the dummy, but they don't hit back.
Can I train with you?
Sure. Because what is a staff? In terms of martial or...
A quarterstaff is a simple weapon.
Cool, I'm trained in those.
Yes.
So it's not my specialty, but I can totally use one.
Mhm.
So sure, yeah, I'll train with her, but I'll, do it on her terms.
Mhm.
Oh, if I use swords, it might not be the most fair.
Right.
Oh, poor Stephanie. She's gonna end up laughing.
Well, like I said, it's like it might not be very fair if I use swords. So it's like, yeah, we'll train with stabs.
Well, I imagine at the very beginning of this, it's not really sparring as much as it is demonstration of form. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Mostly.
you don't take a martial arts class and the first thing you do is, you box the veteran.
Actually,
Though
I
some
took-
places
I
do
took,
do it that way.
I took a sword fighting class, and the first thing the instructor did was put a helmet on me and hit me in the head with a sword.
Yeah, I was just as I was saying that, I remembered that one of the first days of my my martial arts class, and I'm getting away from things here, so I'll keep it quick. They paired me up with a like middle-aged, like 15-year-old veteran boxer who just beat the crap out of me.
Yeah. But
Anyway,
Akila's nicer than that.
yeah.
Well, at least you know, she's nicer than that with Zeki.
Yeah. There's definitely potential to build up that form there. I mean, at this point, Sevgi is proficient in the sense that she knows if you hit somebody in the face with this stick, it's gonna hurt. Other than that, it's basically a casting implement and to help you
Yeah.
walk. But you
That's
can,
a solid baseline.
yeah, you know.
Yeah, not solid.
I
Just
mean,
like the stick.
the best
got
thing
a
about a
solid
staff
foundation.
is, yeah, the best thing about a staff is you don't need to worry about which end to hold.
I mean, except hers has a dangly bit on it.
Well, yeah, she's using a practice staff at this point, but yes, fair point.
You can skip the whole pointing in towards that guy.
Yes.
You skip that lesson entirely.
Yeah, it's
I
just
mean,
point
both
any
have
end
pointy
towards
ends when
the
you get
bad
down to
guy.
it, but yeah.
But Regina would also take up a lot of this training because Aquila has a lot of her own work to do. So you spend some time with Aquila, but most of your training, if you are open to help, is probably with Regina, and even times with Mogami, one of the newer members of the guild, the gruff and impetuous dwarven woman who you rescued from a life of retail sales back in race while you were there.
Omen's probably not doing much except for sparring too.
Yeah, Omen's there as
So-
well.
Yeah.
So we'll say,
Both of teachers.
yeah, we'll say a bit of your time is definitely focused on maintaining your own sorcerer mentality, because that requires constant discipline. You are,
Unfortunately, so does any sort of martial activity.
yeah, but it's a balance that is being maintained there. You are kind of slipping away into darkness. As far as your
Literally.
camera,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Stephanie.
turn my light on real quick. I'll be
Okay.
right back. did want to cut in, but
Just
was
me
Right,
that
right.
to realize.
Right. Yes. So you're going to be doing that for a couple weeks. So I think that basically leaves our warlock, Ander.
Yeah.
I know you got a few things planned.
Yeah.
Most of it academic. Some of it's
Yeah.
another tense conversation,
Story of his life.
perhaps.
Bad idea. I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, it is. It's a terrible idea, but I need to be able to work more openly here.
Yeah.
So I would imagine the first. You can't get much more trouble. You're fine. So I'd imagine the first couple days was all the record keeping and writing down everything
Right.
in case this is as bad an idea as it sounds like. And probably going to take all that I've recorded, drop it off with Lear for the moment with the instruction like, hey, if something happens to me the next day or two, look through this. It'll be real important.
So
Probably something you'll want to know.
So since you bring up Lelir, I actually want to bring up Lelir. I
Okay.
mentioned before
Okay.
that he is one of the young adults that you rescued previously, and before when you first brought him here, and it's probably been, I mean, like unfortunately months are not a flat rate in my calendar, so it's hard to say.
It's been a while.
4 or 5, 6 months or whatnot. But it's been, I believe, somewhere around 150 days or so. It's been a lot longer than you guys have probably realized. and he does definitely have a newfound air of confidence. He was very much
Nice.
shy and very timid. He's certainly not an imposing individual of bulk or whatnot, but he always sort of shrunk in on himself, and it was always, I wish I was strong enough to protect the people I love, and I wish I was smart enough to learn magic, and I wish I was good enough to yada yada. Um, and when you see him, he is now wearing much finer clothes. Um, I mean, before he was basically just in very simple clothes, if not rags. I mean, when you brought him here, he wore very basic things, much like Regina, very simple clothes. But at this point, he has well-tailored slacks. He has a very nice vest with a little bit of brocade on it. Nothing super flashy, but he's definitely dropped some gold on nice clothes. Um, and his hair has been cut and kind of emo kid wafted off to one side. And it has these sort of deep blue highlights in his otherwise black hair. Almost inky like, you could describe it as.
Yeah.
You created a monster.
Oh,
And not in the way you
heavy.
Oh god.
And he takes the papers. Yes, certainly. I will gladly take a look at these. You have been busy. I've been hoping to catch up with you. You've been doing a lot.
Where did you get the clothes from?
Oh,
Or the money?
there's shops all up and down the street. I got to take you there sometime. A real nice lady. I mean, she's kind of out there. Pink tiefling woman. She's nice. I'm sure she could help you out. Kind of adjusts his vest.
Where'd you get the money for it?
We've been doing odd jobs here and there. You're not the only one who goes out and does things.
I've been gone too long. Who's
Yeah, it's Eula and Mogami.
we? Okay.
I mean, Regina says we're not a well-rounded enough group to really go out and save the world like you guys are doing. But
Well,
we're getting there. Yeah. I mean, some of the farmsteads have had some wolf problems that we took care of. There was suspected banditry that we kind of figured out. There is something weird going
been
on
there.
in the town that we're keeping an eye on. But I mean, since you guys been back, there really hasn't been much happening. But yeah, I mean,
Did they?
we do stuff too. Straightens
I-
himself.
That I like that answer. Do they know about
Oh,
you?
kind of, sort of. I mean, they don't know about, but they know I can do some things. Honestly, I
cover
don't
story
think
bit.
either of them care, to be honest. It,
Fair.
I mean, it helps. Haven't
Fair.
really broached that with, any of the higher ups, because, you haven't yet, and, you told me to kind of
Yeah.
down low, but it's hard to do things without
Well,
doing things.
That's why I'm handing these papers off to you now, because I'm
Are we
going
doing
to
that
go deal.
conversation? Oh boy.
Yeah. I'm going to go have that conversation. We'll see how it goes. But if it goes poorly, this is everything I've learned recently.
Should I, pack a bag?
I would hope not. I would hope I can keep you out of this unless things
Right.
go positively.
And you can see a clear crack in this facade that he's been putting on, like, oh shit.
Don't worry. I'm strictly keeping this with Regina right now, and I have faith. If weird term to use. But either way, if we want to have any more freedom than we currently have, this needs to be done.
Yeah, let me know how that goes, because I'd imagine that would be helpful. You know,
I'm sure you'll find out
Yeah.
very quickly one way or another. But
right.
assuming it goes well, I am going to try to spend the time I have until whatever comes up next, working together on both that and kind of just towards the paper and just what we do in general, I suppose.
Right, right.
Kind of sets you off without any real direction, and I'm sorry for that.
I mean, you gave me a pretty good connection.
Yeah, true. I've had a bit of a change of heart myself on our path, though, in the positive. So
Yeah, I've heard that's good.
yes, I forget we share that common connection.
Yeah.
But yes, hold on to those. That way, should the worst happen, they're safe, and that knowledge is still there. And hopefully, we'll dig into those a little bit soon.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep things positive and hopeful.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've been meaning to talk to you, but we'll do that after, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, if you need to talk to me now, we can.
No, I mean, I'm sure this is gonna be I mean, not really a longer conversation, but, you know, we're trying to figure out the best way for me to go about doing things. If you know what I'm saying. I'm playing around. I'm playing around with something. So we'll talk later. Hopefully you'll still be here.
Hopefully.
Hey, what do you know about that old bitch? She showed up out of nowhere and she is not cool.
Tell me about it. She's a member of Aquila's.
Oh, is that why she's here? Oh.
Yes. So stay the hell away from her.
Yeah, I kind of got that vibe. I mean, it's not like she's going out of the way to talk to any of us. She's kind of, but...
I think that's for the best, honestly. I just had a, well, grilling from her, and yes, she's less than pleasant.
Right, yeah, you guys were stuck in that room for a while there. Yeah, well, I'll let you go. We'll talk later.
We'll do lunch. Okay, with that settled, it's time to have a conversation with Regina.
Okay.
That I don't want to have, but I can't pretend to not have a class forever.
Yes, very true.
She's already suspicious.
But now is a pretty terrible time to decide to reveal yourself.
Yeah, well, every time's a terrible time.
Very less terrible.
Is it less terrible than when we already brought or bringing in a warlock for a trial?
No, probably not less terrible.
Either way, there's nothing else that's going to happen. I keep putting it off. I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
I'd rather face it head on and have it like in the ass without expecting it.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know if we want to save that for the pickup next time.
We
Or
are.
if we want to go ahead and do that now.
I'm hoping this isn't a terribly long conversation. So I'd
He just cuts it down right as soon as it opens his mouth.
no, I'd say let's have this conversation because there's something I want to get to
Alright.
before we wrap up.
Okay.
So you head back downstairs. It's been a couple days since your introduction to Alman, and Regina's door is cracked open. It's not fully open, but it is cracked open.
Go up to the door, kind of knock on it, and sort of peer in.
She's
Yeah.
sort of she's standing but hunched over her desk, arms spread wide, just staring and shaking her head at paper just strewn haphazardly over her desk. Flipping through things like she doesn't know like which stack of things, which notebook has what information. Her set of wax stamps are clattered to the floor. Her trash bin's full of crumpled up pieces of paper. Oh, Ander. Yes. Come in.
As I
Have a
walk,
seat.
as I walk in, you said the stamps were on the floor.
Yeah.
Kind of pick them up and sort of try and arrange them, like
Oh, that.
do something nice, essentially, real quick.
Thank you. I didn't notice that. Sorry. A little. It can't get much worse at this point, and she just wipes the whole table clean and just clatters all of the paper to the floor and sits down and leans up against the desk. What can I do for you?
Well, I almost hate to bring it up, considering, and just kind of gesture towards the nail giant mess on the floor, but I think there's a kind of figured it was.
Okay, I think we are back. Sorry for that hiccup once more.
Alright.
Okay, that is responding. Getting green lights. The streaming and record buttons have been pressed. I think we are good. For the few people who have graciously sticked around to continue watching our nonsense. I am unfortunately not going to mess with the wonky cameras right now because Twitch seems to be being weird about that. So hopefully our cleric will get out of her deep meditation before the session ends and we can get everyone back in the right spot. Except I kind of want Ander visible because this is his conversation.
The existence of Ren is visible.
Okay, now. Something's not playing nice here. As I said, guys, sorry for having to work through some of this on the fly here. We did a practice run of this last week and did not have all these issues. So apologize there, and we will get right back to there we go. Now we have Ander back. Okay. So anyway, yes, the greatsword is sticking out of your back, and this inky black blood is sorry, you didn't miss that much. You sit down, you help pick up some of the mess on the floor, and then she shrugs and wipes the desk clean. in sort of jovial frustration, making light of her own frustration. What can I do for you, Ander?
Well, I think there's a conversation we've been needing to have for a while. You brought up before what exactly I bring to the group, and I've been dodging that for a while now. And while this probably isn't the best time, I feel like it's one of those things I should probably just do, or else it's never going to get done. At the same time, before we have this talk, plausible deniability is a factor here. There's probably going to be some choices we both have to make afterwards, if you still want to have it.
What
I realize that
does... I mean, I suppose if you answer the question, what does that mean? I suppose that's part of the plausible denial. What's going on here?
And just kind of cast Mage Hand real quick and pick up the
I assume when you walked
the
in, you closed the office door.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This is a conversation happening in private.
Yes. So you cast Mage Hand.
And pick something up off the floor, bring it to me.
Okay. You pick up once more, this time magically, a couple of the stamp sets, the wax stamp sets, that have once again been clattered to the floor. Pick them up and just sort of waft them over to your hand, and she sort of bites her thumb and... Right. Okay.
And I'm not a wizard, and I'm not a sorcerer.
I suppose by that you mean you haven't been professionally trained.
No, I mean, I get my abilities from an external source, a far one to be precise. I believe the technical term that the census has is warlock. I really wish I could see Jack's face right now so I could read what what Regina's reaction is supposed to be.
I know. I forgot that you guys cannot see. My cast here cannot see my reaction because my webcam is going to the stream.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Regina has paused and is sort of... She goes from looking over you very inquisitively, very sort of judgmentally, and then kind of trails off and is just sort of staring at the wall silently for a bit, brow ruffled a little, clearly trying to figure out what it is how she's going to address what you just said. She sort of snaps back and confirms that the door is closed. She stands up without saying anything, turns around and closes the blinds on the large window behind her. It turns around again and leans back against the wall, sort of nervously biting at her thumb, and just kind of nodding her head up and down as she continues to try to mull over the last year that you've spent here.
I'm sorry to add to your already mountainous frustrations, but honestly, I don't like lying to you about it. And I very much wanted to come clean when you asked before, but still wasn't quite comfortable enough with the reputation I'd established to feel that I wasn't going to be run through immediately. And then there was that blacksmith fool that they found.
Does
And that seemed like an awful time to bring up this as well.
does this have any bearing on the, well,
What happened
yes.
with the... No. I made that decision based on my conscience. That was me doing what at the time felt like the right thing.
She continues to stare at you. Like she doesn't quite believe you, but she's really trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. So, what does this, what do you want? What are you doing here?
Legitimately, just trying to help.
And the cult you're in?
Cult's a rather strong word. Generally, that requires more people. My patron, Zadok, is a being that simply wants knowledge.
You can
Wants
see
to understand.
she picks up a piece of paper and a quill and goes to write something down and stops and just tosses them on the desk.
It seeks to understand the world and the secrets within.
And when
Or
it learns these secrets, do you know who pulls your strings?
I know that so far I haven't been asked to do anything that I find morally questionable or even really gray. And until that point, I've been given abilities and powers that let me help people who I wouldn't normally be able to help.
You have on a number of occasions reported back that you have acted in good conscience. Some of the outcomes are in a different light now. But if your intent was true,
I feel like a bit of history would probably help with this. I didn't go hunting for greater power necessarily. I didn't seek out a being to make a deal with. I tried to learn magic the traditional way when I was younger, and honestly was terrible. I spent more time exploring the woods around our home than actually studying, and came across a book, and in my inquisitiveness decided to try and make sense of it, which is what opened up the connection. And I actually tried to run from it for a while.
so you're
And
being led against your will.
initially, I tried to run from it. I've since come to realize that the abilities I get aren't evil, and what's evil is what you do with them, and what you do in pursuit of them. And so, as long as I don't cross that line, I personally don't see an issue seeking help from powers that are willing to. We are facing creatures that are incredibly powerful, and having something on our side that can even the playing field is always the benefit. And if the day comes where I'm asked to do something I disagree with, then I will probably have that mental fight at the time. But I would give up the powers at that point. But until then,
If you can.
well, I suppose it's either give them up or possibly just have my brain fried, but
You weren't around for... Were you? The whole
the
blacksmith, the whole Torbold incident.
no, I was in Kirkland at the time.
I get the sense that he was of similar thought,
To
maybe less conscionable than you are, but controlled against his will and unable, without rather disturbing repercussions, to go against that will.
yes, I've heard about his
You've not experienced that.
experiences. No, and honestly, I've spent a good deal of time, as I said, struggling against the offer, and I haven't seen eye to eye with my patron at all times, and yet I have not experienced anything like what I heard that man went through. I realized people hear the word warlock, and we're all lumped together as evil demon worshipping cultists, but I would say there's a very large divide between a man who's willing to kill his family for power and make deals with devils, and a man who's working with someone who so far has only expressed curiosity.
Curiosity's dangerous.
It can
Well,
be. Knowledge can be dangerous, but it can also be useful.
I've been in similar conversations before. Not with a warlock. And I should point out that throughout this conversation, she's been leaning against the wall and sort of sliding and tapping her hand against the display case she keeps her greatsword in. Not necessarily in a threatening manner, but in a, it's right here, right? Like, I can punch through this glass and grab this, like, it's right here. It's right here.
Do I noticed that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if I were a danger to you, I wouldn't have come to you quite so openly. And I'm pretty sure you could take me without that sword.
She kind of looks at you with a cocked eyebrow and then looks back down at the display case that she is, like, nervously petting, and realizes and stops and just kind of crosses her arm.
My abilities tend to stray from combat-oriented, short of defensive most of the time.
She sits down, again reaches for a quill, and at this point just opens up a random drawer and drops it inside, and shuts it. Okay. Tell me more. and we're gonna slowly back up out of that. And just as the camera is getting to kind of the edge of the perspective where the room would end, where the door would open, the two of you smell fire. You smell something burning.
That can't be good.
The rest of you, wherever you may be, a number of you probably outside in the training pit. After a while, not simultaneously with this conversation, a little bit afterwards, you notice a thin trail of dark smoke coming from the back of the guildhall, and then shouting from somewhere, presumably the second floor. Rennick, in fact, shouts, "Fire! Fire!"
Look at this conversation to be continued afterwards, and get up and.
I'm gonna start running towards it.
Yeah, you.
I mean, from the outside, but yeah.
A number of you converge as you get to the stairs and run up and realize that this fire is coming from Anders' room. You rush over, throw open the door, and you can see your backpack ablaze.
Oh, I see.
And that's where we're going to call it for the day. I should also point out that today, after, as I said, the timeline of this downtime has been nebulous to this point. This would be occurring on the... It's been a few weeks at this point when you finally get around to this conversation. It is the 22nd, I believe, of Solux. Confirm that super quick. The 20th of Ludek, which is Solixalia. The longest day of summer, the summer equinox. Also,
You said 20th of Ludek?
the 20th of Ludek, Solixalia, the longest day of the year. Most likely one of, if not the warmest days of the year. We are into the heat of summer, though it is a temperate heat. It is nice. It is by no means sweltering, but it is hot enough, it seems. Yes, Tali.
What day of the week is it also?
It is
For my notes.
It is a day that presumably ends with is.
Okay, cool.
As all of my actually no,
well,
there
Mari
is
and
Mare.
Minu don't.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah.
Ludek.
Huh, smartass.
Ludek the 20th
Take
is
good
actually
notes.
a Mine. You are correct. It does not end
Oh
in
my
IS.
god. Okay.
You couldn't
Look at
let me just
me.
finish the conversation without setting all my shit on fire, huh?
It's not worth the fun in that.
I mean, I had to end the episode in a dramatic fashion.
Cliffhanger.
Yeah. I mean, we can't end every episode hanging off of a cliff, but a fire will work too.
God, why do you have to remind me about that all the time?
Because it's funny.
That was kind of
That was
funny.
not
It's like a
funny. I
little
was so
cliffhanger. Cool.
so upset that I was going to drag everybody down with me.
That is a story for another time. But yes, we will conclude this episode with Anders' backpack ablaze. And while the cast knows what that is all about, while our adventurers know what that is all about, we will divulge to the audience, whoever that may be, next episode on the People's Ascension. We will see what in Anders' backpack has caught fire, and the implications of the conversation it interrupted. But next week we will wrap up with some of the more downtime paperwork to go through, and pick up with our first adventure.
So much for training the lawyer.
Right. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Okay. Well, this is where we are going to call it very quickly. How do you guys feel about doing a quick after show? Because I would like to set a precedence of that and
Sure.
have the first couple of them
Yeah.
um, be pre-reviewers, but I think after a while they are going to be part of a Patreon system. I am setting up a Patreon stream. I'm trying to think of good rewards and whatnot. I don't want to necessarily throw things behind a paywall, but I got a lot of stuff to throw out, a lot of interesting ideas, a lot of ways to improve the channel, and I will need
They get videos
support.
early.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be relying on support to grow this channel into something I think could be really interesting. I hope everyone enjoyed our first episode. I'm going to stop the stream real quick and start a new one for this after show just to keep the videos their own separate thing. Yeah. Despite some of
Gotcha.
the recording issues we've had, we'll see how that affects the VODs later.
Yeah, I'm sure if I.
That's gonna be fun to edit.
Yes, I will be posting this after some edits apparently on YouTube, youtube.com/The People's Ascension, and a whole string of numbers and letters because YouTube doesn't give you a customized URL until you got like 100 subscribers or whatever metric they use. That is of course linked on our Twitter page, so do please go over there and follow us there so we can get a more succinct YouTube channel so I can actually pronounce it at the end of these videos. But check back there for this, for the after show that we're going to have in a couple minutes. In case you can't stick around for it, that will also be posted. I also plan on posting recaps of the episode, very truncated. Hopefully, I do tend to rabble on, but hopefully, nice succinct wrap-ups by the next episode. We'll see as I get the ball rolling with this whole streaming situation, YouTube situation. So bear with me there, but that is planned. And I have a number of other things planned, which I will be dropping on Twitch. I will soon be releasing a Discord for everyone to hang out in, talk about the lore, get announcements, maybe interact with some of the cast. We will see how I decide to eventually structure that. And I thank you all for watching our first episode. I'm looking at the screen over here, and my camera's over there. I thank you all for watching our first episode. I hope it was
Thank
entertaining.
you.
I apologize for all of the technical difficulties. We are of course streaming from our own individual homes with our own individual personal computers. We don't have a studio or fancy stuff. So that is definitely something that is a level of improvement we are definitely working towards with whatever help we get. But first and foremost, I just want to provide a nice story, continue to provide a nice story for my players, and just have it out there for viewers to enjoy. So stick with us. We will have a conversation about first impressions of getting back into the game after a little bit. And if not, check us out on YouTube and tune in again next week for another episode. So I'm going to sign off real quick for now, and we'll get to the after show. Thank you for watching.